Okay. I think we're good. Hopefully. I even rebooted my machine today. Been experiencing some weird crashes in the game since 1.21 came out. Now, it could be a result of a combination. I updated one of my productions, the sawmill. I'll show you that when it loads. So I updated that, and I updated one tractor. That John Deere 8RX mod that I made. I updated that with I toned down the engine brakes like a lot. It was stopping just way too fast. It made it really hard to like pull alongside a combine to empty it, because you'd pull alongside a combine and then you'd let off the gas, and like I would trigger the speed sync to synchronize the speed, and the thing would stop so fast that it would just disappear, and so I was having trouble. So I went in and edited the engine for the 1K horsepower version, and had both of those updates in the game, and I have been experiencing crashes that leave no trace as to why. There's nothing in the log. It like literally crashes before it even writes anything into the log file. So thanks for that, Giants. You know, when the game crashes, not writing anything in a log file is kind of, you know, it doesn't help being able to debug what the hell that is. So the game could at any time just close. That's what's happening. Is it just closes. And it just without a trace, just boink, it just blinks out of existence. And it's one of those, like, it doesn't write anything in the log file. It doesn't write anything anywhere as to why it's crashing. It just closes. So very hard to debug what that is. Very, very, very hard. I don't think it's the tractor, because I did it. I had it crash the last time, and I don't even have the tractor in there. I sold all the tractors. I originally thought it was those, and it could have contributed to that 100%. It very well could have been that, because the physics is really touchy. But my sawmill, I've redone the sawmill, and I've refigured, I've redone where the output pallet things are. Okay. I tried. There's 263 pallets of prefab wall. Okay. Now before, it was outputting 2 in the front. 2 pallets. And you'd go and load those pallets, and it would take 3 minutes, and 2 more would appear. Right? Because the game does not generate pallets very often. Right? It's done on a cycle. But if it's putting pallets down and those pallets are taken away, it will keep doing the pallets until they're all gone, which is why I did this. So you have the high level stuff, or the stuff that stacks really well, right? You have one line of each of those. And then the prefab wall has 2, because it is crazy brutal trying to get these things going. So I've already loaded this with a little bit of prefab wall. This is my custom logistics trailer here. This was a conversion from FS22, and it's really janky, and I mean, it would take me hours and hours and hours to try to figure out what's like how to actually fix it properly. There are some people out there that are really good at this. I am not one of them. I did manage to change some of the logos on the side, so you have the Lizard Logistics there, the Lizard Logging behind here, so it's the same trailer but just different things. But so if I pull in here, the back is open. If I pull in here very carefully, it will start to grab, right? It'll start to grab them, and then it'll start dropping them in. And what I want to do is get them to just constantly cycle, right? I don't know why some are pulled in automatically and some aren't. Maybe somebody out there who knows can tell me. But this actually loads these non-stop, right? And there are now 170 pallets, so we're loading these really fast. But because they're able to load and not completely fill up the zone, right, the markers, it actually is able to output all of them just constantly. And I wanted to get this done. I have invested many hundreds of thousands of dollars into making these, so I need to actually get some profit out of these. The production to make these things is like 200 and something thousand a month, so it's really expensive. There it is. And that's all of them. I accidentally turned it off. Oops. There we go. All right. Now, where do we want to put these? Prefab wall. Yeah. This might look like a huge drop, but it's a difference of like $50. Like I'm not going to worry about that. 2983 at my sell point. It's the best place for them. Yeah, so if we look at our finances, now that I've got the production costs, actually the guy did fix the distribution mod. So he did fix that. But you can see we've invested hundreds of thousands of dollars into productions, so it's now made a difference. It's funny I didn't catch that before, but yeah, it's now made a difference. So I'm gonna go sell this off. And that's 800,000. Now we've recouped that production money. For the most part, anyway. the auto drive. Zip into you. I need to adjust storage capacity of silage because I'm tired of the low capacity. All right, this is going again. This will get a this will get us a little bit of money. All right, let's look at some contracts. We have weeding. This one's done. A little bit of money. Bale wrapping. I did this one already once, and then the game crashed. So I guess I'll do it again. I don't want to do any more baling contracts. I've been having really bad luck with these. Not finishing. Stone picking. I mean, NOAA jobs are nice to get because getting that jobs completed up would be nice. Yeah, might as well. And then fertilizing, I don't really want those. So just to be on the safe side, we're gonna save it again because I'm tired of doing all of these steps. I've done these same steps of sell the prefab wall, drain the silage, stuff like that. I've done these like 3 times now because the game keeps just closing. Just randomly closing. No errors in the log. Like, if there were errors in the log file, I would 100% be able to fix that shit. But not writing anything in a log file when that's the whole point of a log file. The whole purpose of it. So yeah, I did, as you can see, plow and combine all of these fields. So these are all ready to go. They're not planted. I was on the fence of what I wanted to plant here. I don't have very many options. I have grass, barley, oilseed radish, which is weird. Why would you ever plant that? And then wheat. But the harvest is so, like, in the middle of everything. I was thinking about doing it in wheat because it's eventually probably going to be grass for our cow empire. But I wanted to wait until I had to, like, normalize everything. So I wanted to wait until I had to lime everything and stone pick it. So right now the stones are like the level 1s, the small ones, and I don't really want to get into that. I don't really want to do too much there, but yeah, and I've already basically put grass and meadow down on these 2 fields here just to kind of force myself to go out there and start building and making it look nice, as well as, you know, spreading it out a bit. Okay, we have a couple contracts. Stone picking. It's a tiny, tiny stone picking contract, so I don't think we need more than one. Okay, and you need to go to 16. Now, I could turn my music back on. I think I have it quiet. I'm going to use Winamp. Yes, Winamp. Winamp. That's what I use to play my music. I don't want to do the in-cabin version because you can't really adjust volume very well, and it's just whatever. So I hope it's quiet enough where I'm not battling the volume all the time. Okay, and then we have the bale wrapping. And that, I don't know why the text on that contract doesn't show up. 88. Okay. Any other contracts? Harvest soybeans. Bunch of liming. I mean, I suppose we could harvest some soybeans. That's pretty close, too. And then a plowing? Sure, I can do some plowing. Probably 2 plows over there. Where'd I put my plows? There they are. Plowing 18. Then harvesting 197, which is way down, I think down here. Right there. Before I start any of these contracts, I want to save it again. 197. Okay. So what did we decide? Yeah, it's a lot of bales. It's a lot of bales. And I can never get the auto drive baler thingy to work. I've never gotten it to work. Why didn't you automatically drop that? Come on, get in there. Okay, you and you. And how close are you to getting there? You're almost there. Okay. So we can basically just pull you off to the side here. This is the field. You are going to get 233,000 liters, which is not a lot. That is not a lot. So, let's see. If we plant wheat, we'll be able to harvest it in August and maybe plant some grass. If we wait, yeah, I'm not really sure. Oh. Want to disable straw swath. Okay, is everybody prepped? I don't like saving it like a lot. Wait, I wanted to click on the thing. What are you doing? What? Oh, 8. Okay, so 18 was the plowing. Whoever did these auto drive courses every one of these is in the center of the field. I've literally never started a contract or started a course play in the center of a field. I always start at the edge. Maybe that's just a personal thing, but I don't know why whoever did that auto drive course made this drop off right like at the very center of the field. It's like the most unfortunate place. I'm just seeing how long we can go without crashing. And I'm saving it off. I don't have autosave on because it would trigger every 15 minutes and it would do this every 15 minutes. And it was like, it would drive me up the wall. Okay, so let's go in here. We are going to do a course. We're going to go down to 2. Let's trigger this course. Beautiful. Copy it. First. Paste. Right. First. Clear that course. Do this course. 1, number of headlands. 2. We don't need that much overlap. Yeah, let's start this one. No, why? See, why? Why? I don't know why sometimes it tilts the in row, like the long rows. For some reason, sometimes it's just like, we're gonna set off to the side. Like, no, I don't want to do that. No, thank you. Let's go first. You can go. Oh, snap. That is some stones on there. Wow. This thing's going to pick up a lot of stones. Okay, so course. Tiny little course. Is this on automatic? No, automatic. There we go. And away he goes. All right. Now, is that all of them? I think it is. Now I can just chill and do this for a little while. And just pray that the game doesn't crash. Ugh. Squirrely little thing. You know, I imagine a farmer doing this, and I know farmers do this. I've actually seen fields of white bales, right? Wrapped bales. And I just think of that. The amount of plastic, right? Imagine unwrapping, once all those bales or whatever fermented to silage, the amount of plastic garbage that is generated, right? That shit is not recycled. You know that shit's not recycled. That just upsets me. Like, why we're just that wasteful. We're that wasteful that we just can't see that and go, this is the stupidest way of doing this ever. I was actually half tempted to play some Project Zomboid today. I know the big update the 42 just went stable. But man, that company, I don't know. They wouldn't even give me the time of day when I applied to a job there. They didn't even have the courtesy of getting back to me. Even after I inquired, like, hey, you know, at least acknowledge that you got my, you know, my resume. Like, but no, they wouldn't even do that. No, they're not going to get it back to me at all, whatsoever. Yeah, that, and it's just, the game has horribly inefficient code. It's in such a need of rebuilding from scratch. Yeah, it's hard to get excited about a game that whose company just kind of treats you like shit. Like, it's just, how do you get excited about a game when that happens? It's like, yeah, we're not even gonna acknowledge that you applied to a job here. Like, and I have a feeling of why, right? I don't have any proof of it, of course, but I get the sense that it's discrimination. The code I'm talking about is Java. The back end of Project Zomboid is Java, which just on its own is a bad decision. So yeah, the code is so the biggest, like, I only investigated a couple things, and I found enough that I was like, if the rest of the code looks like this, that would be very bad, very, very bad. But like the item class, right? Everything in the game is an item, okay? From bullets to, you know, spam to microwave popcorn. It's all items that you find and loot. Well, the way that they built it, every item in the game, in the code, has variables relating to every type of item in the game, right? So you have bullets as an item that have variables in the code regarding nutritional value and medical thing, like grow time, like take anything in the game and it has variables for everything else in the game that may or may not even be used ever, right? So there were over 400 variables, individual variables, right? Integers and floats and blah, 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 blah. 400 variables per item. So this is why when you get a big chest, right? When you get a container, it's got a lot of items in it. It lags like crazy because it's got a huge amount of weight, heft of bullshit behind it, right? It's a huge waste of money or memory. Huge. So that was like the most egregious thing that I was able to find. Now, there were plenty of others, but it seems like the devs are not interested in making it better in that way. They're like the big news, the thing that got all the videos and all of the attention and all of the bullshit was all the big map updates they made. Now those are two different teams. You have the mapping team and you have the development team. But the things that get the attention are the mapping team. So that's where they put their focus on. That's where they put their money. Right? We're gonna make the map. We're gonna make the map really awesome. And that's where all the money goes. So now we're sort of in a situation where the game could really use an overhaul, like a massive overhaul. but that would require quite a lot of investment. What was that? Ah. What the team seems to be doing as well with one of the latest versions, I noticed, is they are trying to prevent modders from changing the code, right? From changing class. There were several like inventory-based mods that actually changed a couple Java files. I even maintained one for a while. I was updating one of the Java files because of the item. So this is the thing. Because of the item bullshit, the weight of the item classes, the amount of memory it took, and the amount of lag it induced, they severely limit, right, how much stuff can be stored in a single thing. Right? Even shelves and stuff like that, they very much limit that. And part of it is realism. I understand that. Part of it is you can't stuff an entire, Walmart in a single backpack. I get that. Right? But as a modder, what if I want to do that? Right? There shouldn't be a limitation for me to do that. But the limitation is the item class and the way the backend works is so inefficient. There's no way you could do that, because imagine you're taking something off the shelf in Walmart. It's a simple item, but it has a crazy amount of data behind the scenes that you never see, and that is carried around everywhere that item goes. So it's just a massive amount of memory. So you got a backpack with 10 things in it. Well, those 10 things each of those have 400 variables, plus there's actually more, but 400 straight variables for those items. Every one of those has that. So it is very, very inefficient. Very, very inefficient. And so when I emailed them last spring, like last year, and I said, hey, this is when I first saw it, and I was like, hey, you might want to think about hiring somebody to go through these old systems and update them, because these are very, very these are in need of like overhauling, like bad need of overhauling. And then last fall, I noticed they're actually posted a job doing just that, right? So they literally looked like they listened, and they said, hey, we're going to hire somebody whose sole job it is to overhaul old systems and update them to make them more efficient. And a couple months after that, I emailed them, and I just said, hey, if you guys, because I noticed the job was still posted. I was like, hey, if you're having trouble meeting this job, I like to throw my hat in the ring. And I didn't hear a word. I didn't hear a lick of anything. And like 3 months go by, and I'm like, well, maybe it was lost or something. And so the job was still there. It was still posted. So I was like, I'm going to apply it again. And so I sent another application, and this one was a little bit more specific to my time in Project Zomboid, the fact that I have hundreds of hours. I've done mods. I've actually worked with the back end of the game, and and I fired that email and resume off, and after like a week, I didn't hear anything. So I went on their Discord, and I was like, hey, is there anybody from HR in here? Because I want to know if you were even getting my information. Like, I've applied to this job twice now. And I actually got somebody, not an HR person from the company, saying, well, HR is out of the office till Wednesday. Can you, so I gave my information. They said, yeah, the email is in there. We see it. I'll leave a note. And then if you don't hear anything by Friday, let me know. So I was like, all right. And so Friday rolls around. I haven't heard anything, obviously. And so I ping him on Discord. I'm like, hey, I haven't heard anything. And so yeah, they basically about a half an hour later came back and said, yeah, we just messaged, and it's assumed that if you don't hear anything that there's no interest. And I'm like, no fucking shit. Like, you really? Right? That's what I should read into it? No shit. I'm not a fucking moron. I was so pissed that somebody could not take 10 seconds out of their day to email me back and say, I'm sorry, but we're looking for somebody with more experience. Or I'm sorry, but you're not good looking enough. Like, I don't fucking care what excuse there is. There is no excuse for being a non-professional person in that kind of position. That pissed me off more than anything. The fact that they were just like, meh, like we're not gonna email you back, and meh, like I was just so fucking pissed. Like, at least have the goddamn courtesy to email somebody back who shows interest in helping your project and your company. And like, the bare minimum you could do is email back and say thanks, but blah blah blah, whatever. But you can't even do that. You can't take 10 seconds out of your day. You're that busy? I don't think so. I don't think Indie Stone is hiring that many goddamn people every day, all day. Like, HR is such a goddamn joke. It is such a joke. Every HR department and person I've ever worked with has been a complete waste of time. It's a waste of resources. They just invent problems to justify their existence. It's a complete scam. It's a scam. Okay, so if we do wheat, we're gonna get it in August, which we could do then canola. I don't want to go another year out though. I'm pretty sure cotton, that goes a while. Like, that's like an 8-month. I don't know why it's an all-year thing. God, I've got the hiccups. Jesus. Yeah, I don't think there's much until March. What would I plant? I would actually want to plant sorghum, because if I do chickens, I think I made sorghum like the best food for chickens, just because it was like a reason to plant it, right? Sorghum, otherwise known as Milo. If anybody didn't know that, Milo. So if you hear farmers saying, I'm going to harvest some Milo, that's sorghum. Why is 197 going so slow? You're just slow in general. Why is this putting out straw? Damn it. I can't let that go to waste. How much do you have? Oh, you don't really need any at all, do you? Okay. I should save it again. I don't like saving it with active, like, machines on courses, but... well, that field is so big. 160 is so huge. I gotta start working on whittling down another field here. Or another section. We gotta start buying another section. Yeah, it's funny, I didn't even notice this thing was spitting out. All right. You have 13 minutes left. You have 33. Okay. And then this is going to end probably over in that corner. Or not. Oh no, it's going to end right there. That's a weird place. That's a weird place to end it. Oh man. Hey! I clicked on a vehicle I couldn't see. Yeah, when I harvested the corn, by the way, so I harvested the corn from this area over here. I dropped the straw, and when I rebalanced this map, when I rebalanced it, I literally looked up like how much straw is generated per crop, and corn generates a crazy amount of straw, as you would expect, right? The amount of biomass in a corn plant is crazy. So I got roughly from that, it wasn't even this full field, right? It was just these down here. So these fields down here, I got like just shy of around 35 million liters of straw. Just from that field, right? Which is why I originally did not intend to have straw enabled for this, because it was like I didn't need it. I don't need the straw, like, for sure, but since it's here, you know, might as well grab it. But yeah, it just generates so much straw. So I think over here we have these two fields here. They're going to be harvestable next month. This rest of this bank here, what is this? This is sugar beet. I could buy this field now, as well as these two smaller. I could probably, well, maybe not buy the whole enchilada here. David just owns like all the land. David. I don't know. Like I want to buy like the small fields, like all these little small fields in here. I want to buy those when I don't have any discounts at all, because it's like it just wastes discounts. Okay, your soybeans, where do they need to go? Huron County Grain South. Okay. That's just straight over. Right over there. But in terms of Project Zomboid, like they're so long into development and so deep into the weeds, like trying to untangle the code would be a pretty daunting task. It'd be nearly impossible for one person to do it. Now, if you relaxed your attitude on AI, you might be able to push some code out, you know, but that would be pretty pricey. It would take quite a lot of money just to buy, you know, what do they call them, tokens? Just to buy the tokens, to be able to just completely overhaul the code base like that. But I honest to God, like I would abandon Java altogether. That would have been, if I were to lead the team of Project Zomboid, I'd be like, we're gonna abandon Java. You can get that same art style, the same gameplay. You can do all of that without Java, because Java is not a language for game engine, right? It's just not. It's not good for that. There are definitely good use cases for Java. Like a good use case, my Touch Portal app that I use for my buttons now, for like stream, and I can turn my, you know, I can do all the stream thing, right? I can turn on my blocker, I can do all of this stuff, I can turn on this, right? I'm using Touch Portal for that now. I threw away my Stream Deck because it's utter garbage. Don't ever spend money on those. And this is all Java, right? All of the buttons in the UI is all Java. This is a good use case for Java. It's good for user interfaces, right? Your ATM machine. My PlayStation, I have an old PS4. The entire operating system for that is Java, right? All the interface, all of that stuff is all in Java. So there are use cases for it. But the games that are played on the PlayStation are not written in Java, right? Those are much more optimized and specific to you know, a good use case for Java. But Project Zomboid, they need to abandon Java altogether. I'm sorry, it just needs to happen. It was really the only way to really make it as good as it can be. This is going to randomly run into this goddamn tractor, isn't it? Okay. Like, I was really looking for a project that replicated Project Zomboid in a better language. There is one that it's a really small indie team. I don't even know how many, but it's really small. It's called, I think, 404 Survivor. And like the early looks at that looked like it could be, you know, a contender. It looked like they got really close to or they were getting close to Project Zomboid. But then I've seen a few things since then that it definitely looks like they're trying to go more arcadey, right? They're trying to go for like the gamified arcade where they have like big zombies and mutant zombies and very much arcadey rather than gritty survival realism, which is what Project Zomboid is. Project Zomboid is just brutal survival. But the 404 Survivor, what it had going for it was not in Java. And that was really why I was like, why? Like, I was even messaging the team like, hey, like, get your, like, all I wanted for them to do would be like, get your game up to the bar of what Project Zomboid can do, right? You have the survival aspects, you have all of the aspects of Project Zomboid. Once you hit that bar, then you can innovate, right? You hit that bar, then you can innovate and try new things, try new ways of doing things. But the bar is Project Zomboid. That's the bar of like a survival game, right? And then even Project Zomboid has sandbox options that you can make it as difficult or as easy as you want from there, right? But the bar is the features and abilities of Project Zomboid with just in a different language and more optimized and better coded. Because once you hit that bar and it's just as moddable but runs more efficiently, is better coded and is more mod friendly and patchable, then the sky's the limit. Then you can innovate all you want. But there has to be a bare minimum. And that to me is where Project Zomboid is. It's just you have to have some bar somewhere. You have to have some standard. And that's where mine is. But my God, the code of it is just, Project Zomboid is just so bad. It's so bad. You don't even understand. Like, a programmer would look, like any programmer would look at that code and agree with me. It's so bad. Why? See, why is my help? Okay. What happened to my help box? Why don't I see the status of straw dropping? Where is that? There it is. Why does it disappear? I got the stupid sound effect for the cleaning. I still haven't fixed that. All right. This guy's getting straw. He'll be getting that for a while. So I need to go over here and get ready to dump. How many? I have 275,000. How many does this contract expect? 210. So I'll get what? 65,000 liters. So the contract pays 81,000. And the soybeans, the soybeans will be not too bad. And we are coming up to a time when we're going to be able to sell the crazy amount of stuff that we've been accumulating all year long. I think November, there's one thing that we can sell in here somewhere. Like we have some lot of Januaries. There's a December. Some of these are kind of in flux because the game, this mod I added way later, and so it didn't track all the max price and max month, all of this. But you can see like TMR, we've got 30 million liters of TMR. We have been making TMR like crazy, and still 30 million liters is only worth 2 million. This is what I rebalance. Like that, the generic stuff like grass and hay and silage, that stuff is just not as valuable as the base game like makes it to be. Let's just double check, make sure this is, yep, that's the right spot. Have I decided what if I want to plant this or not? I don't know. Ooh, that's gonna clip. Ugh. Oh. Look, quite the amount of equipment that we have around here. I mean, we got $15 million just in equipment sitting on the farm. Okay, contracts. A couple more plowing, but tiny little fields. I don't know if those are worth it. I mean, they would be worth it if we had a tiny little farm. I would definitely scoop those up. These are like single plow. You know, send a single plow there. And that would be enough for those. Yeah, look at the wood beams. Like just wood beams. We got 3.5 million liters of wood beams. Planks and planks long. We're having. But the prefab wall consumes them pretty fast. We're chewing through the wood. I did buy right there you can see tree planter and a couple pallets of saplings. Just in case we wanted to get a little crazy. And plant some crazy amount of wood, like crazy amount. So one of those pallets are giant sequoias, and the other pallet are ponderosa pines. Very, very, very good trees. Like now in the base game, like the Silver Run Forest, that's where the sequoias are from. In that mod, is that a tire track or is that the giant sequoias? Like you can't sell the giant sequoias. Right, but I have one of my mods is the better trees mod, and I've radically customized it. And again, all of this map and all of my mods, link is in the description. There's a link that says this is a Google Drive of all my mods. So you know, if you're interested, then you can give it a go. I've been updating them with all the latest gubbins. I am mildly impressed that we have not suddenly had a, let's call it a unexpected, unplanned, you know, return to desktop. Like this whole week I've been really busy here and there, but the times when I've been able to sit down, like I'll go in here and I'll just kind of futz around and then boom, it'll close. I'm like, all right, well, what's... So I went in and tweaked the... I tweaked the tractor some more. And then I had it crash, just close the desktop. Where I didn't even have a tractor purchased, one of those tractors purchased on the map. So I was like, I couldn't have been the tractor. So then I started looking at the sawmill. Well, the sawmill is a really basic... I even did the test runner on it. Right? The latest test runner for the game, I ran that on it, and that had... I mean, there was no issues with the i3D, with the XML. Like, it was fine. You know, and the crash to desktops are not, they don't put anything in the log file. So I'm like, how do you debug that, right? How do you debug something that you don't know what's the cause? This is why, you know, logs and reproduction steps are so important in fixing bugs, because if nothing is ever written or nothing is ever known about a bug, it's nearly impossible to fix. I have no idea what was causing the game to hiccup, but what we'll do is, once this is finished and I'm able to, wow, look at that terrain, it's really bumpy right there. Once this is done and I finish this contract out and then I save it, what I'm going to do is I'm going to buy another one of those tractors, and we'll see if we're more unstable. Like, just having it exist in the world might set it off. I don't know. I've found some information that said that, you know, the wrong settings for the engine, like really subtle. If you use the wrong settings, you can run the risk of it going into an infinite calculation, where your power, your brake, your gear ratios can drive, you know, it's hyperbolic. It goes into infinity with some of the calculations. And so it's like, whoop, when the game does that, it would just close. It would be like, nope, I'm giving up, throwing in the towel, no more. So, you know, going in there and tweaking those, you'd think that it would at the very least write something to the log, like, you know, such and such variable reached infinity or something. You'd think there'd be a catch of that. Because that's kind of an important thing to, you know, catch. But yeah, anyway, this is almost done. We got 3.5 more passes. Plowing, baling. Oh, stop with the baling contracts. Clear. Man, I'm still on the fence about wheat. I think this whole field is wheat. Yeah, this whole field is wheat already. I've already got a crazy amount of wheat in the ground. I do kind of want to buy all of this. So let's actually pull the trigger on this. We're going to buy this one. Okay. Ben, David, Walter, Ben and Ben. So where's Ben? David, Walter, David. Because yeah, I don't want to buy these tiny ones when my discount is like maxed out like this, because every one of these, right, jobs completed, right, so you can see David right now is at 7, and I believe 6, yeah, 6 jobs is the max for the discount. So if I buy another David field, he's gonna drop to 1, right? It reduces jobs completed. It drops him to 1, which is only 1 notch of a thing. Same with Walter, right? So I can buy a couple fields from him. But Walter. So this would be 1.3 million for this field. What is this field? Oh, it's harvested. Damn. Damn. Okay. And then this one is going to be a lot. So it's going to be about 600,000. I don't know what to do. Yeah, I was going to plant this entire field in grass, but then I was like, for one, it's got a mishmash of lime, right? It's got a mishmash of fertilizer, all of that kind of stuff. Oh yeah, I need to roll this field. Ooh, I almost forgot about that. Yeah, I need to roll this field. How close are you to getting done? You're almost done. Excellent. So I'm gonna need some rollers. I normally don't roll, but this past season, driving around the countryside a couple times that I did, I actually saw tractors pulling giant rollers behind me. For the first time in my life, in my 47 years, I've been living in farm country all my life, or nearly all my life. This was the first time that I've ever seen tractors pulling giant rollers through the field. I couldn't believe it. I was like, holy shit, it's an actual... They're actually rolling the field. I had no idea that was even like a legit thing. First time I saw it ever was in this game. I didn't even know that was a thing. And now I've actually seen it in real life, which is crazy. Come on, finish. There you go. Yeah, see this tractor. A couple of these just stop way too fast. I don't know why. Some of them don't. Some of them do. I don't know. It's weird. There's no rhyme or reason to it. All right, let's finish this contract. So we got another 14,000 out of that. So that was 81. So 95,000 total dollars from that contract. Another stone picking. I really don't need any more stone. Holy Moses, do I not need any more stone. That would be nice, but man, parsnips. Parsnips. When can I plant parsnips? Parsnips is an April thing. Onions. Parsnips are a good crop because it's a lot of volume. Like, you get a lot of parsnips. Same with potatoes, but potatoes aren't really worth that much. Go up here and compare potatoes, right? 147. And then parsnips, boink, 230 or 394. So, quite a big difference between these two. Oats are not bad, but ugh, they're not really good. Green beans are really good, like really good. But you don't get many of them, right? You can farm an entire field and get maybe 200,000 liters. A huge field, right? Huge field, and get 200,000 liters. That same field of parsnips, right, would be 3 million liters. Very different amount of product that you get out of it. Same with carrots. Like, yeah, you can get a lot of carrots. I did plant that upper field, that huge field of carrots. So we'll see how profitable those are. We'll see how many we get, right? Because we have this. It's basically a half. This is a section. This is a half. These are quarters, right? Each. You just do it in your head. So this is a half. This is two quarters of carrots. So the math should be fairly straightforward once we harvest this. These have been doing really, really well. 92% yield bonus, which is nice. So as far as that other field that we have, I mean, once we're able over the winter to sell our products, we'll have enough money to really buy some stuff here. But this is sugar beets, I believe. Yes. So I need to zippity doo-dah in here. We already have some sugar beets going. These headers on these are already sugar beets, so we can jump in here. This is number 52. Let's get you on the way. And then we're gonna grab you, do the same thing. I think auto drive, that mod. Oh, there's my favorite song. We got to listen to the song. This is a break time. I don't care who you are. If you don't like that song, I'm sorry, but there's something wrong with you. That is like the perfect song. Like literally like the perfect song. It's just so good. I don't know why, but it's just so good. Anyway, I digress. I digress a lot. All right, you are good to go. I mean, that song, it's just so good. Like, it's just so good. Like, as soon as I heard it, like, I had tears in my eyes. I don't know if it was my mood at the time or the song was just, it just had hope. Like, it was a very hopeful, like, overcoming adversity kind of song. Like, this is just that kind of song. You could just imagine, you could imagine it playing in a movie when it reminded me actually a lot of when I found that song, it was on Epidemic Sound. When I found it, I had very recently watched Project Hail Mary at the theaters back in March, and that movie was like I got very emotional during that movie. They did such a good job in that movie that yeah, it was very good. And it reminded me that the Stratos, the artist is AIYO. Stratos is the song, but it reminded me a lot of the Project Hail Mary. It was just like overcoming impossible odds, and it just was so good. Let me check your settings. 25. Late and early, good. How about you? Wink. Late and early, good. It's weird, it's like this field feels like it's on a horizontal, but it's not. It's like a diagonal line. How does that work? You notice how there's like zigzags? Maybe it was the way that it was planted, but it looks like it's perfectly straight. It's so weird. But yeah, there's my carrots. Carrots are growing. So yeah, this field will just leave fallow for a little while. Harvest parsnips, red beets. How about red beets? What are red beets at? Red beets. 357? Okay, well, what kind of yield? $357 max. Red beet is field 66. Here. 3 million liters? In 75 acres. That's 3,000. Yeah, that's 3,000 of those price increments. 3,000 of these. So if you get even close to that for 357 times 3,000. Yeah, that's $1 million in red beet from that field. Red beets might be a good thing to plant. I could imagine if that's $1 million in beets, right? This field is about, I don't know, 8 of these. That's like $8 million in red beet. I would take that. 100% I would take that. And this is the yield bonus is only 72%. That's crazy. Yeah, let's actually I need some more NOAA contracts anyway. Let's take this one. Poor Walter and his stone. Like, he's just so many. Yeah, parsnips. I got 5.7 million liters of parsnips. Really? I didn't think I had that much. Where did I get that many? I must have bought a field with parsnips on it to get that many. That's a lot of parsnips. Yeah, that's gonna be a payday and a half. I'm tempted just to sell these wood beams. That's crazy. But prefab wall is worth more. You know, ounce for ounce is worth more. But profitability wise, I mean, beams are really easy to come by compared to prefab wall, because prefab wall are really expensive. So the wood products, yeah, prefab wall is still really profitable, right? It's still really, really profitable. Because yeah, 2,900 per pallet versus wood beams is 2,200 per pallet, and we get 10 wood beams to 130. So we do a 13x increase. So you take those wood beams that we have, right? All these wood beams, 1.5 million wood beams, times 13. And that's how many prefab wall we're going to get. It just takes time and money. Obviously, $252,000 a month to make the prefab wall, but it's still really, really good. So we have red beets, field 66. I don't know. What do you think? One harvester should do it? Maybe. Well, we have a couple harvesters. We can throw a couple at this. 66. Let's grab you. Not sure why I didn't fold those up when I put them down, but whatever. Adjust storage, corn. Close. You see my propane truck here? Yeah, we have 1 million liters of corn in there. And we have about 1 million liters in there too. So I wanted to bump this up. I can come in and drain those out. Somewhere in here, there's a tractor. Let's go empty these out so we can actually use them. Now, yeah, I could have dumped this into my silo and everything, so it is what it is. I just didn't want to fiddle around with that too much. And then this guy can go to field 66. And this one would be oh my god. I do love it when they get caught up. Must be the limit of the header. Yeah, we're doing the headlands and we've already got 300,000 liters. Where are you going? Okay, how about I kick you in the ass a little bit. You're gonna go out over here. And then you're gonna swing around over here. There we go. Yeah, see the zigzag on the side here? Doesn't that look like it's horizontal? Like perfectly horizontal? I'm at a loss for why that's zigzagging like that. It's bizarre. This whole field is like that. Okay. Let's see. What was I doing? Ooh, yeah. Ah. Okay. Course. Field work. 2. S or C. Shouldn't be too hard. We have a little bit of backtracking, which is probably going to cause me some problems. My guess. Come on. There we go. And this guy's already there, so he can just chill for a bit. We don't need you on green. Blue is good. And apparently I squared the fields on this one. But that's okay. These are pretty good at squaring the fields. Okay. What else are we doing here? Now, didn't I send... Ah. I intended to send this guy over to our sugar beets. $52. I'm honest to God, like everybody. I am actually surprised that we haven't crashed. The whole reason I named this stream like Crash Fest because I've had such a huge issue this week of crashing. So I wonder if it's still that tractor because I don't have any of those tractors purchased. I sold all the ones that I had just to get rid of any shenanigans. And I haven't purchased another one. But I was still crashing even though I didn't have any. Let's drive 50 miles an hour through this gas station. I'm sure they won't mind. Some cars zipping by at 50 miles an hour. But we had some pretty good viewers today. Not really sure why. I mean, we hit 16 peak concurrence. That's pretty good. For me anyway. That's pretty good. Not really sure why, but if I knew that, you know, clickbait titles and all, you know, maybe that was it. You know, everybody hates clickbait, but everybody clicks on it. But yeah, I'm actually, honest to God, I'm surprised that the game is still going. It's because I'm looking at it, right? Whoa, there's another lovely physics thing. More trees to take out. Okay. Now, I am likely going to have to empty these. Maybe. I mean, they each hold 5 million, and I think the field itself was going to be right around 3. So, I probably won't have to empty them out. I'll just park this here. One of my beats coming. This is the only issue is I think when this thing gets to the end, it's going to want to turn around and it's going to kind of interfere with that. So we might have to, or do I must have done 2. Yeah, I must have done 2 headlands. Okay. Well, problem averted for now. But yeah, I was saying, like, auto drive 100% should be in the base game. Like, they should hire the guy that does it and just be like, we want to integrate this into the base game. Now, how they do that, I mean, Giants is very particular about how they do things. Like, even though course play is 1,000 times better than the base game hire worker, they still have not integrated course play, right? Even though the work is already done, the course play is already there, and it does so much more, and it's so much more helpful. The fact that they don't integrate that into the base game is just, it's all because of fucking consoles. That's why, right? They like every feature of the game, instead of being like the PC gets all of the features and then console gets a stripped out version, they build the game for the console, and then the PC version is like an afterthought, because it's like, I don't know what their sales numbers are between the two, like console versus PC, but I know that the amount of attention they give to consoles, there are a lot of people that play on the console. I couldn't even imagine playing this on a console. Like, I've got so many cool tools at my disposal. Course play and auto drive and this and this and that. Like, I've got so many, I couldn't even imagine trying to play this on a console without any of those, right? You don't have any of those on a console. Even down to the map size, right? The map size limitation exists because of consoles. Because the memory limitation of consoles. So, if they were to say, all right, well, we're going to go for a PC version, right, and then strip out a bunch of stuff and then put it on consoles, and optimize for a PC, right? We want to make this game the best it can be on a PC. We would have bigger maps. By default, PC version would have bigger maps, bar none. And then you would have a separate section of like crossplay. Like, these are the specific crossplay. But the default base game maps would be bigger for the PC version. You would just have bigger maps. because the PC can support bigger maps. So why not use them? More sugar beets. These are red beets. How big is this field? Not bad. What is 103? This is a big field. Sunflower. 500,000 liters of sunflowers. 500,000 liters of sunflowers. At best would be $500,000, so it'd be 500 times 336. That'd be the best price. 500 times 336. $168,000 of sunflowers off this field, right? And the field costs like 1.7 million. And we would get $168,000. Not worth. I mean, yeah, we would have a big field, but I would want to buy all of these all at once and then, like turn them over, merge them, sell all these all these little island things that come in here, and like the wind gens, right? Yeah, they give you a little bit of money when you buy the field and you get those wind generators. You generate a little bit of money. Property income here. This is what those are. I sold a huge number of them from last month to this month, right? I sold a ton of them to merge all of these fields. There were a bunch in here that I sold. So there's 1, 2, 3 in this section here. I don't think there's any in here left. There was one over here somewhere and I got rid of it. 1 or 2. There's 1, 2, maybe 3. 3 in this one. 1, 2 here. Oh, look at them on here. 1, 2, 3, 4 in here. This field up here, like this whole section, right? This river, so this little path, you could fill all this in. This down here, you can fill this in. You could make a single field up here that's basically 2 sections. Like 1,200 acre field. A single field, 1,200 acres. That would be, I think that's a good goal to have, right? It's crazy expensive. I mean, field 3 alone, you're looking at $4.5 million, right? Just for this. And then if you buy this, and then this, and then all of these, right? The only thing you have to get by would be here. I did fix the bridges, right? We got blocked by object, of course. Told you this was going to happen. So let's zippity-doo-dah back here. Okay. Nearest. I'm hoping he... Yes, okay. There you go. Now they should be good to run the whole. Should be good until the end. No, that little hiccup is always the thing. But yeah, this would be a crazy big field. This here, build a bridge before fixed. I did fix the bridges. Was one of the things I did. I fixed the collisions and stuff for the bridges. I don't know if you can get rid of the bridges, but I'm pretty sure we could fill in the ground, right? You level off the ground. Maybe bring it up a little bit so that the water isn't so close. I don't know if you can get rid of the water. I don't know if you can do that, but you could certainly look at this giant piece. Like, why isn't this part of the field? This was probably intended to be like a little farmland over here. But yeah, I would love to own all of this and just turn this into one giant ass field. Like, huge 1,200 acre field. Another random yeah, there's a bunch of trees in there. This is why I got the T-Rex. We go back to the farm here and I zip around. I can show you. Wait, here, this thing here. This thing eats trees. It eats them. I don't know how there's exactly 10 million liters of wood or wood chips. That seems like a bug to me. How there's exactly 10 million in there, I do not know. But basically why you started using I can load wood chips into this and make planks and long planks. The only thing I can't make with wood chips is beams. These beams, I have to use wood for that. But I got lots of wood in here, right? This thing can go for quite some time. Very, very expensive, though. Very expensive. Wow, are these the red beets? Oh, no, these are the... Oh, I brought the wrong... wagon. Okay. I have a wagon. It's one of the mods that I have. I have a wagon that will cut the sugar beets when I empty the auger, right? It's an auger wagon, but it literally outputs cut sugar beets. So I want to use that instead. I would love if the Colossus team made a auger wagon, like a good one, not one that was grotesquely large. Okay, so we're gonna come over here. I want... Let's see. Well, I can just drive straight here. I'm gonna take this guy and just send him home. Got really damaged. Oh no, fuel. That was... You do not want to go home. Because you cannot... You cannot... Yeah, see... do automatic tip side. No. Settings. Is there no fold on? Yeah, there's no like fold on. Weird. I can't send this thing. Apply. Right, I can't send it home because it wants... It needs to be unloaded first. It's basically forcing me to empty it. Because it wants to fold. It wants to be folded. So I need to bring that auger wagon over here. Unless I want to drive these manually back, which I really don't. I don't want to do. Alright, you here. Oh, I want to do there you go. This is the auger wagon right here. All right. I'm in a hurry. Okay, so these are parked over here. It's so hard getting exactly like 0 degrees. There it is. If I had a steering wheel that had like really subtle motion, like then I could do it, but doing it with the arrow keys is just hard. But yeah, so you fill this up with sugar beets, right? And then when you pipe it out, it outputs cut sugar beets. It just cuts them. Really nice. Otherwise, it's a royal pain in the ass to do it. All the sunflowers are really sad. Another big sunflower field here. I don't know why it's not giving me contracts to harvest sunflowers. Like, it's just not. I have not yet seen a mission to harvest sunflowers on this map, and I don't know why. If it's a base game limitation or it's just random. I'm hoping the more fields that I own, like, the more specific those contracts become, because then there are fewer fields to generate contracts, and therefore it needs to be like more forgiving. Now, I cannot remember where the sugar mill is. I did buy it. I did buy the sugar mill. Yeah. Okay. Sugar mill. Where was that? Fertilizer plant. Forage mixing. Dairy. Bakery. Oh, we're literally right next to it. Like, quite literally right next to it. That's kind of funny. All my sugar. Is that done already? It is. Okay. Oh, let's hold that back in. I'm gonna absolutely need to come in here and clear these trees out. Liming. Gonna use 91,000 liters of lime. it'll probably use about 95 to 100,000 liters. There is a mod that I wanted to try. There's a new mod that was recently posted that manages your fertilizer spreaders and only outputs the part of the fertilizer spreader that you actually need, right? So if you've got, let's say you've got a track, but only half of that track needs the fertilizer, the other half was already covered by another pass. What it looks like, and I haven't tested it yet, what it looks like is it turns on the part of the fertilizer spreader that you actually need to cover the field. The rest of it is ignored, and therefore you reduce the grotesque amount that you have to take and use. I really need to change that mod. It's such a ridiculous sound effect. Oh yeah! Like, it's so stupid. Why would you use that for your sound effect? Ugh. These articulated vehicles are really hard to steer. Okay. Stone picking, yeah, that'd be nice. Let's see, there's no harvest. There's tons of fields that I need to harvest. Harvest carrots. What are you going to change it to? The one that I had, the instant wash sound from the old instant wash mod was just like a splash sound. It was just a sound, right? Just a splash. That's fine. Like, actually make it sound like you're throwing water at the thing to clean it. That's what I would change it to. I would just copy over the sound effect, right, from the instant wash mod that I updated. That was kind of janky, because the scripts stuff has changed enough that, you know, it wasn't perfect. I am going to arrange my fields out here at some point. But yeah, it would just be a normal splash sound, and I hate, right? I would much rather prefer not having to have a huge number of mods on my own, like, mod download for, like, Google Drive, right? And having to maintain all these mods. Like, I have dozens and dozens of mods for various games, and it's like, it's just too many. At this point, it's just too many to keep track of. There's just way too many mods. So it's like, I kind of get, I get overwhelmed when there's so many mods. You know, if it was like actually paying my bills, right? If I was able to get the dozens of mods that I have and all of the people that use them over the years, if I was able to get some element of income consistently to pay my bills, then I would treat it like a job, right? It would be my full-time job to make sure all these mods for this game, and this game got an update, so update these, and it takes a huge amount of time to maintain all of those, right? And I'm not able to pay my bills, so it's like I need to find, you know, I'm doing odd jobs, and I'm I'm finding work, you know, I'm actively looking for work elsewhere. So it's like, that's even reducing the amount that I have to spend as well. But, so like things like vintage engineering, even the vintage drawers, you know, the reason why it's taking me all month to get a vintage drawers release candidate is I was doing other jobs. I was doing like odd, like handyman jobs, which, you know, consumes, you know, several days of my week. So it's like, and if I got a job at like, because I applied, obviously I mentioned before I applied at the Indie Stone for Project Zomboid. I would have loved to work on that game, even if it was in Java. I would have grinned and gritted my teeth, and I would have bared it. But I would have loved to have been on that project, right? It's a phenomenal game. They did a great job. The game has a weird history, but that would have been a phenomenal game. And then I also applied to the Captain of Industry team for a programmer there, but never heard back. Not even like a hey, thank you again. Captain of Industry team. I'm like, what does it take? What does it take to hear back from one of these goddamn companies? What does it take to actually be treated like a human being from one of these companies? Like, when I was being raised, when I was entering the workforce, the assumption was professionalism means you get back to people. If somebody applies to a job, you get back to them. I minored in business management when I was in college. My major was computer science, but I minored in business management. And the business manager was like, you need to be professional. You need to treat people with respect, and you need to be professional. I have not been treated like that from any of the companies that I've applied to. So it's like, where did that go? Where did those ethics go? It's astounding to me. So, you know, for me, I just am looking at this going, I would have loved to have been on the Captain of Industry team. I would have loved to have been on the Project Zomboid team. I reached out to the indie dev that's doing the new city builder called City State Metropolis. I love what they're doing with the genre. Like, City State Metropolis looks like, if he pulls it off, if he does the things that he shows and pulls it off, it's going to redefine the genre. It's going to be so good. But I reached out to them and I was like, hey, I would love to help on this project in any way that you need. Right? Whether it's modding, mod hooks, community management, QA, I don't care. Right? It doesn't have to be technical. I would fully admit that I'm not a god tier level programmer like some people are. Some people are just, they're so much better at it than I am. But not hearing anything back from any of these companies, any of these teams, is just, it's frustrating. And so I just look at this going, what is it going to take? Right? What is it going to take? I don't know the answer to that question. I wish I did. But yeah, if I got a job at one of the, if I got a job at a team like that, like let's say 404 Survivor or even Vintage Story, like how much free effing content have I done for Vintage Story, and how much have I helped grow that modding community? Tyrone for a while was a patron, but he's not anymore. Oh my god, you stupid articulated vehicle. I hate these vehicles, are just really hard to manage without a steering wheel. With a steering wheel, it would be perfect, right? Turn the steering wheel, the thing turns, and doesn't immediately jump back. That's where my brain hurts, is when I let up the key, it goes whoop, it snaps back, and it's like, no, don't do that. Oh yeah. Oh! I clicked off the screen. But yeah, if I got a job at one of those teams, which is very unlikely, but if I did, that would severely limit my ability to do mods and stuff. Very limited amount of time that I would have to do that. Because all my focus would be on getting into that team, and I have a pretty strong work ethic when it comes to that stuff. Yep. But I even tried to get on the hightail team. I applied to so many different jobs, and I never seemed to gain any traction. It didn't matter that I had 30 years of modding experience, 30 years of programming experience. That team was built around what mods you've made for this game only. They did not care or seem to care about somebody with experience. They seemed to only care about what pretty flashy lights were shown to them at any given time. I mean, the only posts that Simon was responding to were the posts that were like, look at this cool thing that I put in the game that is not functional at all, but looks really cool. and he would respond and be like, man, that looks awesome. Even though it had no functionality at all, it was just a pretty box. It was, look at this pretty box. And he would respond, and I would post screenshots of vintage engineering, right, which actually is functional and usable and is played by thousands of people, and I would get crickets. It was not hightail. So it didn't matter. That was the frustrating thing. And so I just stopped applying. And, you know, they're all they care about. Then they hired this community manager that was just like, what the fuck? Like, the loudest voices are getting actually the attention, not the most qualified. Some tiny channel that was like Quebec Corner, and it was just sycophantic love of hightail. Like, everything about this channel was just like, you know, they would literally get on their knees for Simon, and that's who gets the job. And when I saw that, I was just like, okay, well, it's fucking obvious that they're not interested. They're not interested in actual, like, people doing good work for the company. They're interested in, like, accolades and praise and ego, and it's just like, goddamn. It's like hiring the create team, right? They hired the create team, but not to build create for hightail. That's not why they hired them. And so when they announced when they announced that they hired a bunch of the Create mod team, which admittedly I would have done if I was Tyrone 3 years ago, I would have already tried to do that. Right? I would have taken whatever money that existed and been like, I want to hire this team to build Create for Vintage Story. That's what I would have done. But no. But when Hypixel hired the team, well, I don't know how many people, 5, 6 people from the Create team, maybe it was 2 people, I don't even know. They emphasize this is not to recreate the mod in Hytale. This is just to drive the modding endeavor. But that was like an afterthought. The big announcement was we hired the Create team. That was the headline. And that's what got the attention. Not the subtext of, oh, it's not to create the mod. That's what nobody reads the articles, right? You put out the headline, everybody reads the headline. Very, very few people actually read the subtext. Whereas if you read the subtext, it would be like, yeah, we're not recreating Create in Hytale. That's not what this team is for, right? They're just to drive the modding aspect of the game to make it possible. Make it possible to do it. All right, I gotta see how many we get to keep. 200,000 or something like that? $492,000. I got it like perfectly stopped before or just as it triggered, which is glorious. Because red beets prices, red beets max in December, so I mean 500,000 liters, right around 500,000 liters is pretty damn good. And I got the hiccups again. Yeah, 21 million. This is damn near full. So we just put in red beets, right? Why are red beets not in here? Why are the red beets not showing up in there? Are they in here? Yep, they're in here. So it must be the UI doesn't. There's so much in there that it doesn't show you. I mean, it's only 181 grand worth of red beets. That was a lot less than I thought it was going to be, but whatever. So we are in October. Is anybody max in November? No. Let's save it. Because you know, what I want to do is I want to buy one of these tractors. The questionable tractors. And see if it becomes unstable. Because we've gone now almost 3 hours without crashing. Okay. So if I purchase one of these tractors, where is it? Right here. One of these with the 1K thing here with that track. That's what I want. Okay. This is a beast of a tractor. It doesn't go 100 miles an hour. Unfortunately, I haven't quite tuned the engine. The tuning these engines, this is why the mods for all of the different, like Colossus and all these different mods for all these different tractors, this is why there's so much work, because tuning these engines is like really difficult. So we're gonna buy one of these, 500 grand. Yeah, see all these like these are here are Chris and Riley S. So they've really gone out of their way, right? There's this 1K CVT. This is basically the engine that I copied to try to do the 8RX, because I don't like the articulating, right? These articulating ones that bend in the middle. I like these style better. But this isn't a Colossus version, so that's a different monster. But these are the Colossus ones. That they articulate in the middle though. It's if I had a steering wheel or maybe even an analog thing, I would be able to do this. This is why this appeals to me, because these turn normally. I couldn't even imagine one of these. Like, Jesus, like this thing, Big Roy. That's nuts. Versatile. I just saw one of these at State Fair. It's a beast. This thing is a beast. But I know that they just put out. There's a mod that was the 8RX, like high horsepower version, right? Because these max out at 410. Okay, so that somebody put out the high horsepower and then maxes out like 600, and it's like, oh, that's fine, that's nice, but the speed, this is where the miles per hour is rough. So yeah, so I edited this tractor now, so the engine brake is a lot less. So if you get up to speed and you let off the gas, right, it slows down much slower. Now before, I tuned it once, loaded in the game, and did exactly that, and it immediately crashed. When I slowed down, it was slowing down, and boom, the game just closed. And I'm like, well, that's not good. And it was one of those, like, I had tuned it to a point where it was like it hit a certain speed and just like something happened inside of it and it just crashed. So we'll see what happens. I want to have one of these on the map for a while, even parked. I even had one parked and it crashed. But yeah, it's, even though it says it goes 100 miles an hour, it's still maxed at about 59. So I don't like. I'm gonna have to tune it a little bit. It's all the gear ratios and stuff. It's crazy how accurate the engine simulation is. This game, like, they did a lot of attention went into accurately simulating engine, torque, friction, all of that stuff. You know, the engine brakes and the dampening, you know, when you unleash, like, the feel of the engine is one of those, like, they spent a lot of time on that. And the only thing I wish I could do with this is change the color, right? I really wish I could figure out how to change the colors. But whoa, I don't know. yeah, if I park that there, we'll see. Right? We'll see if now, after 3 hours, 2 hours, 45 minutes, now that we have one of these on the map, we'll see, right? Does this make the game more unstable? Because behind the scenes, God only knows what's happening behind the scenes. Could be any number of things. Oh. And that's a custom gas spot too. Just to fill it up faster, because I value my time more than most people, and some people like slow, methodical realism. Me, I don't want to be sitting there for 10 minutes while the thing refuels. All right, let's check all of the productions here. You still have fertilizer. Good. You should have plenty of digestate. Yeah, you got plenty of digestate. I should probably sell these. I don't like these. They're too small. My nice little home, my new house. I don't have to sleep in the tent anymore. Or on the park bench. I was sleeping on a park bench. You have so much corn to dry. Propane is not cheap, by the way. And you can fill the propane up at the gas station too. So if you're wondering where the propane came from, it's that same gas thing that gets propane. Okay. What do we want to do with the sugar? We have sugar beet. We don't want to do anything with that. So you see the sugar beet, $34 max. This is per 1,000 liters. The cut sugar beet, which we can do fairly easily. Although it's still pretty easy. Sugar beet cut doubles that, 68. But then you made it into sugar. Ooh, sugar is going to go down. 366. So it's like you take the sugar beet and then you throw it into the thingy and you get 10x the amount of money. And the production costs 26,000 and you get, it's about half the volume. I mean, I could open up, there's literally a spreadsheet file in the map. If you download the map, there's literally a economic balance spreadsheet that has all of these numbers in it. So you half the volume, roughly, of the sugar beets. So let's say you put 2,000 liters of sugar beets, right, in. So we have sugar beets. So 2,000 liters, that would be $68. That's how much that would be worth. 2,000 liters, $68. You cut the sugar beets, right? Now it's 116. No, 136. So now it's 136. So you went from $68 to $136 for 2,000 liters. Well, then you make it into sugar. And now it's worth $360. Right? because you half the volume. So now you're at 1,000 liters and it's $366. So that was $136 to $366. And that amount of time for that 1,000 liters, right? It takes cycles per month is 1,200. So that would be 100,000 liters. Would actually be way over 100,000 liters of sugar a month. So you're looking at not very much time at all. Be about $1,000 an hour, probably $1,200 an hour. You're looking at even less than that. So a fraction, like just a minuscule fraction. So, and it is worth it. I definitely made sure everything is profitable. It may not seem like it, but I definitely tried. Okay. Do we want to plant any trees? I don't know. We should be able to hand in. Yeah, we can hand this in. What do we have? Fertilizing, spinach, carrots. Ah, there's a sunflower. Oh shit. Harvest sunflower. Must deliver 154,000 here in Carnegie Green South. Not a very big field. There's another plow. Wow. 120 grand. Where is Ben at? Because Ben has these two fields up here. And we don't have any. I really want this field. Field 55. Are there any contracts? No. I like this song too. This artist, it's the same artist. Ayo. A-I-Y-O. Ayo. Sounds Asian. But I have more tracks from this one artist than any other single artist in my playlist. I've got 42 songs in here, and like 7 of them are this one artist. He's so good. Very, very good. Anyway, very unique. Like every track is, they just did a great job. Yeah, 186. That's a big field. That's 91 acres. Down here. That would be a little over $1 million. That's way far away though. I'd like to buy the stuff that's close by first. Like this one, I want this one really bad. What did they just planted this? Barley, okay. And this field, this is another bin. This is going to be like 2.5 million. I mean, I'm tempted to pull the trigger on that. Let's see, 103. Because I could harvest this. It's not going to give me much. But if I buy 1.6 million and then still we got many discount.
What is this field? Parsnips. Yep, we're gonna buy this one too. Okay. So, because this is another 1,000,000 liters of parsnips. This is going to give me. This is going to give me enough money once parsnips go up in value. Right up here. This is going to give me a pretty decent payday for another 1,000,000 liters. Okay. This is small enough. I don't think I need 2. Plus, it's like right next to my farm, which is nice. Okay, and then I need this guy. Actually, I want this one. It's funny, I tried to edit the header on this to make it lighter, and I edited the wrong header. I added the if we go to purchase and down here, I edited this one 2.5 tons, right, where I wanted to edit this one. This is the one I've got, the 7.5 tons, right? That is crazy heavy. Whoa. All right. I don't know how much. Now that I own this land, I don't know how much of this little area that I own, but I don't like this giant field of... It's not farming. I need to farm that land right there. I'm going to waste just growing trees. I keep hitting M. It's not... Yeah, this field owns that chunk right there, so I do technically own that. We're gonna go no round corners. Sharpen those edges. Sharpen them. First waypoint, let's copy. First waypoint, go. Clear, paste, right. I need to look nearest first. Where are you going, dude? You're going somewhere. I have no idea. You could have swung. Courseplay is weird sometimes. He could have swung 90 degrees and gone straight, but he's doing this maneuver, which is bizarre. Like, I don't understand this. That's a very bizarre maneuver. I mean, I get it. It's not trying to leave the field, but what happened to all of our money? All of our money disappeared. Do I need to do like some big jobs now? We still don't have any like Ben level ones. Yeah, that's gonna be $1 million. Ugh, brutal. I can't hit pause on this because as soon as I take this guy off, this guy over here is gonna blast on through, right? Because the way that the courseplay calculates the convoy distance is not based on the vehicles that it has around it. It's just literally based on the course that it's running and how many vehicles are on this course and where they are, like what node they're on, right? So you can see this node right here down, like this is where I'm looking down here. So the game, like the courseplay knows that there's a node every so often, right? Every 3 or 4 meters. And so it's like, okay, I have a vehicle on, node 290. I better make sure if I'm less than that I'm like I don't go past node like 270, right? And that's your convoy distance. The moment I take him off, if he's doing a corner and I take him off, now he's off the list, and this guy just completely ignores, right, the fact that there's a vehicle sitting in front of him. He doesn't even see that. The collision detection in the game is almost non-existent, right? Collision detection is usually a very costly computational thing, and so, you know, if you can possibly avoid it, you know, you usually do. Oh yeah, the other thing I was gonna need, oh man, do I have enough money? I need rollers. I forgot about rolling. So we're gonna definitely want to do this. We are gonna want to do this. I don't want to do any of those. I mean, I could do harvest sunflowers here. Hoeing, that's not nearly enough money. I don't know how much the rollers are going to be, but I'm assuming they're going to be pretty pricey. Let's clear those, and I just want to see. Okay, so liming and plowing. Let me jump into so plowing is field 186. I think we have a little bit of time. I don't know if I need more than one of these. This plow is pretty fast by design. And then liming. Field 38. Yeah, I think one limer is going to be doing it for us for that. Then I need to purchase. Where would the rollers be? There they are. Okay, so yeah, we have the multi-tools here, but then we have the mega roll here. I don't know. If we do multi-roller, farmland roller, we can try this. Rims, give it a little hint. 130 grand. I am down to the dregs here. the lowest my money's been in some time. If worse comes to worse, I can sell. I can sell some stuff. Right. We do have a few more. The prefab walls really gets bad. I can throw in some, wood beams or something just to clear some of that out. Oh, these guys are stuck. Oh, no, they're not. They're just taking their sweet ass time. You're not blocked by an object. Settle down. The headlands are a little bit dicey. Bro, you need to stop moving forward. He's like an impatient, it's like a kid in there. It's like just super impatient. I mean, at some point, you need to do something, right? Well, come on. Lower down. Get out of his way, because he seems to be... He's drunk harvesting. That's what he's doing. I don't know what this thing is doing, but it's freaking me out. Oh, why are you so bouncy? Okay, you. There we go. That cut about 10 minutes off this goddamn field. Oh, man. Yes, I do love courseplay, but... Oh... Yeah, I would love to see 5 years from now when we've got AI that has analyzed driving habits, driving patterns, and we have like what is equivalent to FSD that actually is semi-intelligent, figuring out how to harvest optimally. I'm looking forward to that time, because it would be nice to see a little bit of, actual intelligence behind how this works, instead of just rote, A to B to C to D. It would be cool, but I think we're still a ways away from that. Not to mention people's inherent aversion to AI. So he's got 600,000 liters so far. He's Like, this is gonna be a decent harvest. We're gonna get, you know, it's scheduled to get about 1 million liters out of that. So I think that's pretty accurate of what we're gonna get. Okay, we should be having a bunch of vehicles up here. Let's not waste money. Ugh. And if I need to roll grass, I can just switch these over to grass. But we need to come down here. Yeah, I think 159 is probably where we want to go. And I did record some auto drive nodes over here, so it should be able to exit pretty easily. Not perfect, but this is quite the rear end on this thing. Okay, so we need to go up to 38. Oh, this is gonna be so wasteful, but we have so much lime. We have almost 6 million liters of lime sitting at home. Not to mention like 20 million liters of stone to convert. So I'm really not. I won't be too insulted. No, you are, okay. Let's redo that. There we go, that's what I want to see. So yeah, this is going to waste quite a lot unless I catch it and do it myself. First waypoint, you are good to go. I would love to test that new mod, but I don't know if we have time for that. Plowing 186. Way down here. Where's my other plow? I sent 2 of them down here. Didn't I? Maybe I didn't. I could have sworn I sent two plows, but one is fine, I guess. One'll get the job done. It'll just take a little longer. I always try to at least progress time like 1 month during a stream, but we're down to like trickles in our bank account. I mean, I would love to have 65 grand. I'd be able to live 2 years on that. Easy. Maybe even 3. Oh, I didn't want multiple tools. Here we go. Okay. Plowing has commenced. That'll be 28 minutes. Okay. And I'm just for the shits and giggles gonna save it. I don't care what it does to my course plays or whatever. Like, I've done too much to not save it. Fingers crossed that the crash mayhem has been fixed, but I'm not gonna, you know, literally bet the farm on that. Okay, you enter. How about we stop? You don't have to get all snuggled in there. That's okay. You don't have to do that. Oh man, these are gonna be. We're gonna have to wrestle these. These are gonna be tough. Okay. Ooh, I like it. And we can raise and lower it? We can. Excellent. We want no course. We want detect the biggin. We want 3. I'm gonna dial it down 0.2 meters. We want 1 headland, start on center. Round corners is fine. Automatic, I hope it doesn't go sideways. This will take a hot minute to calculate. It's funny, as fast as computers are, this still takes a while to calculate all the nodes, you know. No, it's still going to be sideways. That's really bizarre. Okay, whatever. It doesn't matter to me. I do want to copy that. You do not want to be center. We're going to do left. So rolling. So we say need rolling. So yield bonus 68. Rolled. Yield bonus 70. It gives us 2%. But 2% on a field this big, that can add up. That can add up pretty fast. So let's copy that. We're going to paste. The turning radius on this is atrocious. It's so bad. Okay, center first, go. Clear, paste. Oops, right. And away we roll. And you are done with the parsnips? Oh, you didn't quite get the 1,000,000 liters I was promised. Well, that's unfortunate. But we're right next to the base, so we don't really have to... We can just go unload. Yeah, it was estimated like 1 million liters, and we only got 890,000. That's unfortunate. I suppose there probably might have been a spot that was because I think this silo is it's just about full. I might have to build another farm area out of render distance of this place. Just because we have enough vehicles in this that like rendering all that is becoming, you know, kind of a problem. Okay. Harvest spinach. 143. 1.3 million liters. Really? Of spinach? Oh, that's a big field. That's a really big field. I'd like that contract, but that's a really big field. There's a Ben contract. Jobs completed 6. So I'm at exactly 48%. Because yeah, that's so if I bought one Ben field, used up that 48%, these two fields I could buy and have not waste that much, but I would have to not only afford another big field, but yeah, that'd be kind of out of my price range a little bit. I kind of want to reclaim this area down here. So this field or this area in here, I do own this part, this 103. I can see it kind of coming in here and kind of jogging in. So I could create, because I'm going to eventually merge it all together, right? So this field and this field, they're all going to be merged together, including 101. So that will help get those combined. But yeah, this entire big field here, it will all be mine. This whole map will soon be mine. I just got to get, you know, crops in the ground. I got to get a harvest. I got to wait until they're valuable. So let me go grab... Where's one of my trucks? Here. Do I have a vehicle? I do. So I'm going to take this trailer off. I'm going to go grab my wood trailer. And I don't know, like, for some reason, Universal Autoload, the debug boxes default default is on, and I have to turn them off every time. I don't know how to change that. Like, if you guys know how to change that, let me know, because I have no idea how to change that. Alright, so we're going to come over here, and we're just going to see if we can quickly vacuum up these trees. This is a probably one of my most custom mods right here. This logging trailer. This thing can hold, well, any amount of logs that you want. I mean, I think it defaults to like 60,000 liters, but you can have it all the way up to 100 million, like if you wanted to. But this trailer is so good. Watch what happens, right? Because it's always looking for logs. Those collision boxes you're talking about, it's always looking for them. When it finds them in normal trees, this tree is kind of a pain. There it is. It hoovers them right in, right? So you can just, if you have a good aim. Oh. There it is. It pulls them in. It just makes the whole logging process just a little bit easier. Because we've done it. Like, if you go way back to like the very first farming sim stream we did, it's funny, we finally played farming sim, and all we did is log, right? That's all we did. It's funny. I was like, everybody farms. Why does this tree suck so much? Well, that happened. Okay. That was a weird tree. Not really sure what happened there, but... yeah, I knew it wasn't going to be big enough. I mean, yeah, you could go hyper-realistic if you wanted to, but... I've been there. I've done that. And it was fun for a little while. But, if I wanted to log for real, I would buy a saw or a chainsaw, move to Oregon. It's weird. This oak tree is like broken. Maple? Elm. Oh, am I gonna throw? Oh, I thought I was gonna thread the needle on that one. Oh, jeez. Yeah, if the tree is grabbed while you're holding it with super strength, watch out, because you will grab whatever the nearest thing is just automatically. That's why I try to like throw it a little bit. Another oak. Yeah, so I don't know what's going on with this tree. That's really bizarre. None of the other oaks that I've cut down have done that, but it's like, what would happen if Superman was a logger, like what kind of shenanigans would he get up to? Yeah, this oak worked. And maybe this, I don't even know. We might not even own this land, but you know, they don't need it. They don't need that tree. All right. And this one, this is a maple. All right. The rest of those are probably not on land that I own. So the stumps and things, yeah, I use this for that. Clear the stumps. And then you want to clear the logs too, but you want to make sure all your logs are picked up. Because when you cut down a tree, sometimes it leaves like a wedge, like a tiny little thing, which counts as a log. So you want to clear the log so you can see it removed 4. So we got a little less than 1 million liters of wood right there. Which is not bad. But now that spot is ready for whatever we want. And my custom sawmill can work with this trailer. Specifically, like, I had to edit the trigger, the wood trigger, in order to work with the trailer. Right, you have to make it allow the fill type. And I don't want to load it in there just yet. I want to wait. Ooh. Liming is done, and it used about 130,000 liters. 123,000 liters. Whereas the contract, oh, I can't see it now, but I think it estimated like 90,000, so it used quite a bit of extra. So it's a little extra money in our pocket. And it disappeared because when you get the money from the contract, it basically goes through the whole field and resets it. But I'm not too concerned with the lime because we have copious amounts of lime. And plowing, I'm assuming this is going okay. Oh yeah. Okay, any other contracts? Baling. You want square bales. That's a really hard amount to turn away, but that is a crazy large field. 140. Look at the size of that field. That would take hours and hours and hours to finish that field for baling. And last time I did this, it wasn't this exact field, but last time I did a baling contract, it didn't finish. No matter what I did, it did not finish. Oh, harvest spinach, 114,000. The $100,000 contracts. I don't know, like, does somebody have experience with, like, oh, there's a sunflower I gotta do that just because, you know, good old Walter. Baling, yeah, see, it's very tempting to do that, and I could. It's a square baler, but I don't know if it's the Colossus baler that just caused it to. I don't know if the bale size or something happened. It just would not finish. very tempting to do it again, though. Needs to be unloaded. You are done. So let's close you out. And we can fold you. We're going to clear that. Trying to clear as much memory as possible. Was this a contract? No, this was personal. So we got 312,000 liters. No, we got 312 plus 321. So 600 and... Wow, we actually got a little bit more sunflowers off of this field. I think it was estimated like 500,000 something. So we got more sunflowers off that than it estimated. All right, and as far as the price of sunflowers right now, 336 is the max. We can get 314, 316. That might be worth selling them now. Because it's gonna be several months, and I really don't want to sit on, you know, thousands of liters of sunflowers if we can make some of that money back now. And there's a cat roaming around here. Yeah, I see you down there. You're not as sneaky as you think you are. Oh, I know it's back here somewhere. Dang it. Right there. Because I'm going to drain these and then immediately go up to that other field. 98. Which I should have just gone north. Instead of coming down south to empty them, I should have just gone up north. Oops. Well, too late now. Why didn't I take that? Okay. Where is... the trailers are over here. All right, how are the rollers doing? Rollers are going good. The need rollers is excellent. Okay. I do need to fertilize that again, so that's going to use an unholy amount of fertilizer. Get on the road. Alright, so I think we can go to Caseville, I think, for sunflowers. $634,000 liters. Okay, sunflowers. Okay, so it doesn't register in here. But if we go to okay, so they just popped here on County Grain South, just popped ahead somehow. Okay. Well, we can do that. It's literally right down here. Apply. I don't know why you have to do this. These should be universal. This is the setting I was looking for when after we harvested that field. I was looking for the fold implements. I don't know why I didn't see that. Must have been blind. Okay, let's look at this. All right, you are done. We can collect. Of course, it put me in the middle of nowhere. Now we got a little bit of money again. Thank goodness. We were getting low there. She's like a ghost. She just is like brushes up against my legs, and I look down, and she's just away. I don't know where she went. She's like a ghost. Keep an eye out for the selling of that. Selling of those sunflowers. Yeah, I know it's an old message, but you need to create your own game. I really wish instead of spending the last 10 years trying to build a YouTube channel, it would have been the time would have been much better spent building my own game. 100%. Just trying to grind through it and learn how to do it. It just would have gone better. Okay, so now I need to go up to 98. And I think let's go up to 100. Field 100. Oh my god, click on the right thing. Can I hit M, please? Thank you. I don't know why this... It does not like dumping here automatically. It just doesn't. I usually have to do it myself. $208,000. Now that field was, you know, $1,000,000 something, so I mean it helps. It does help mitigate the cost. What are we doing up here? Really? What are the odds? What are the odds? Turn on the engine, please. What are the odds that these would be going through at the exact moment this would be going through? Like, this has happened to me so many times where it's like the odds of that happening are so remote. But it's happened to me several times. Okay. Oh, I need to go. Let's go up to 100. I need this guy to dump to be able to offload these guys. I know, Spy, it wasn't a dig. It was just... like, it would have been more productive of me in the last 10 years. Because remember, I've been trying to build a YouTube channel for 10 years. It just would have been a better use of my time. But again, the 10 years that I spent playing and covering in detail all of the different games also gave me a perspective, right? So if I would have tried to build a game at the beginning of this journey, it probably wouldn't have been as good of a game. Just because, you know, I didn't have as many games under my belt as far as like amount I've played. Lap Goblin has arrived. Did you get all your chores done? Huh? Get all your chores done before you come in here. You come over here, you check to see if I'm in the chair. Oh, the header on this thing is so heavy. It causes the thing to bounces a lot. Let's just go up here. Lab Goblin. Lab Goblin. Yeah, that's what you are. Lab Goblin. Okay. This is harvested 200 grand. I mean, 200 grand is 200 grand. These two are harvested. That's going to be 1.5, 1.6 million for that. A little bit out of that's a little over $1 million. All right, where? No, I didn't want to drop all the way back here. I wanted to grab this one. Yeah, I don't really know either, like what kind of game that I would have made, like you know, whether it would be like mashing all of my favorite games together. But again, like I when I first started, I played Fortress Grand Evolved and Factorio. And those are the two games that I was covering almost exclusively for some time, for those two games. And eventually branched out to, I started covering 7 Days to Die way back in the, like Alpha 12 or something like that. Like, crazy early coverage on that. Back when it was actually a fun, good game, before it went to shit. But now, like, I would love to mash like Project Zomboid with a tiny little bit of 7 Days, meaning like the traps and maybe the hordes, the random horde events. Maybe not every 7 days, but like migrating hordes would come across your base either by smell or by noise, right? The more stuff you have, if you're a blacksmith and you're out making a sword, that's going to make a lot of noise, right? So just like 7 Days, the more active you are, 7 Days did it like a heat map. Like the more activity in an area was hotter, it got hotter and hotter and hotter. And not by temperature, but just like a heat map. The hotter that heat map, the more Zeds would be attracted. So you could combine like Project Zomboid with a little bit of that, with a little bit of Factory and crafting, and like Project Zomboid's crafting system is atrociously bad. It's horribly bad. And there have been mods. The Clean UI mod person has done a brilliant job trying to make it better. But it was the vanilla version is just horribly bad. It's just bad. Like you when you smelt stuff, it's like, oh, this takes 1 ingot, 1 stick, and 2 charcoal, and you just craft it, right? You don't put charcoal in, start the fire, get the fire going, and then put your ingredients in, sort of like Vintage Story. So it's like combining Project Zomboid, aspects of 7 Days, aspects of Vintage Story, right? Like some aspects of maybe Fortress Craft, I don't know, but in a platform that is moddable, optimized, and multiplayer. Like, I think a game in that space where people like legitimately have an opportunity to progress. I think that would be really, like, I would play the hell out of that game, right? Whether other people play it, right? You spend years of your life building something like that, and then nobody buys it and nobody plays it, would be the ultimate kick in the nuts. Would be like, oh my god, like nobody is playing this. That would be hard. Honest to God, that would be tough. Holy Moses. $405,000 liters of lime. I mean, I have to do it. And I have to do this one. Wait. It didn't start it because it was too busy prepping the other field. I started them too fast. I had to hit it again. The rest of these, I don't want to do any bailing. I don't want to risk not having to cancel. Having to cancel contracts. But I've always said, like, if I won the lottery, right? Every once in a while I buy a lottery ticket. But if I won the lottery, that's what I would do. I would build a company. I would hire some people out of pocket. I would pay out of pocket. Hire a really good team. And like 2 years, let's go. Let's build this. Because there are some exceptionally competent programmers out there. But yeah, that's what I would do. I would basically pay for that out of pocket. Whether it was, $2, $3 million, $5 million, I'd build it. I'd build that game and then put it on the market. Whatever, like, this is the game I want to play. Survival, zombie, like crafting, factory, zombie traps, what, like, you just mash all the genres together into one, like, narrative. Or just buy the indie stone, If I would have gotten, like, the Mega Millions win, which was like 800 million, you got about 400 million after tax. Or no, after tax you get about 250 million. 800 million to 250 million. That's a pretty big drop. Because the cash value of any lottery is half of what the actual jackpot is. Because that's all they have on cash on hand. And then taxes take from that cash, so you're cut it down by about half again. So you take 800 million jackpot, 400 million in cash, 200 million actually in pocket. If you take the annuity, like the 29-year payout, then you get the 800 million, right? Because then they take that cash and they dump it into income generating growth funds, and then they just pay you from the out of the interest of that too. So, but it takes 29 years to get paid, or whatever their term is. It's a long time. Okay, so the rest of these I want to clear. Oh, we had so many Walter contracts. So many. These guys are almost done. I need these tractors if I'm going to do these contracts. I don't really have enough. I don't even have enough to buy one tractor, I don't think. Oh man, it's gonna take so much fertilizer. This field is gonna take so much fertilizer. Whoever did this mod, like their ground node, their depth node does not make this thing actually go into the ground. It's weird. I get the strong sense that Giants, like when they test mods, they don't really test mods. I've found so many mods that they post on the mod hub that's gone through testing that are broken in some way, and it's like, if they actually tested, they wouldn't be broken. I don't think anybody on their team actually loads them into the game and uses them. All right. Okay, so this contract here has to go to Huron County Green South. Okay. 226,000. Yeah, we're not going to get a lot of money from that. We're only going to get another 7, so 100 grand, but you know, it's nice taking out this field. Oh yeah, red beets. I can start that. And that is 45. Right there. So yeah, I'm gonna have 2 of them on here. Yeah, see, I've made a little one in, one out. 213 northeast. All right, we're finally working on the headlands. Excellent. Yeah, fertilizing this field is going to be tough. That's a lot of area to cover with fertilizer. That's a lot of area. Sir, you're forgetting. You're missing some. That just tells me next time I need to shrink this 28 meters. I need to shrink that down. For some reason, it's marked as 28 meters and it's not 28 meters. If I did a purchase, rollers, this. Yeah, see, 27.7. It's literally like, for some reason, this is detected as 28, and it's not 28. It's weird. Two headlands. Headland. Automatic. Let's see what happens. Let's see what it looks like. This is gonna be a weird. Oh my god, why? Courseplay, why did you do this on an angle? What possible reason would you have? Okay. I don't know why it does that sometimes. See? Look how nice and clean that looks. First, copy, go. Paste, right, V, B, Hey, Arm, how's it going? Sorry if I'm a little scatterbrained right now. Oh, stop wiggling back. What are you doing? Wiggling back and forth. Jesus. Drunk horseplay. Or I guess that would be auto drive, wouldn't it? Plug that in. All right. I want to grab this little bit over here. God, I hate that sound effect. It's just every time I use it, it's like part of me doesn't even want to use it because it's so bad. Okay, this needs to go to Hurricane Green South. Okay. So let's just drive there because I know that it's not able to dump on its own. Because, yeah, it's like right down here. Okay. I need to lighten those up. Like, I really need to make those lighter because those things are so damn heavy. They wouldn't be so bad, but the Colossus, right? The grain in the Colossus doesn't weigh anything, right? That's one of the caveats of that is there's no mass with that. So it is, you know, problematic because, yeah, as you would harvest, you would get more and more and more weight in there, which would counteract the header, but to a certain extent. So what I could do is I could edit all of those. I could edit all the combines to go back to standard capacity, which does enable the mass, and then use the adjust capacity mod, which is the K key, like the K, to adjust the capacity and jack the capacity back up, which it recalculates the weight so that it would still weigh the same when full, but it would hold, you know, 10 times more or 20 times more or whatever. The problem with that is I don't think the adjust capacity mod well, that's unfortunate. What happened to you there? You just ran. Yeah, this is one of the results of the header being so heavy. It just has a hard time doing anything because it weighs so much. Great. Another one blocked by an object. Okay. Really? Yeah, you... You're just not smart enough. To do that little maneuver right there. Nearest... No, I didn't want to move that down. All right. Rollers be done. Excellent. Now, do we want to save that? Let's do this, this, this. What field do we want to save this on? 151. Save 3x roller.
Oh yeah.
Clear, clear. Clearing those, like, saves a lot of memory because it's clearing it out of the cache.
Oh yeah.
God, I hate that sound effect. Another blocked by object. Okay. Oh, it cleared up. Okay. Clear. And I don't even know where that came from. It came from somewhere, but I don't recognize the sound. Sounds like a wrestler. Sounds like the Macho Man. No, no, no. What are you doing? Literally, go straight. Harvesting 98. This guy.
Oh yeah.
Harvesting 45. Do I have a... Oh, let's go send this guy up to 45. Well, these guys, when they get done harvesting, they're probably going to be up here somewhere. So let's send this one to 50. And I might be in the vicinity. Alright, I think it's time to save it again. So far, we've been doing pretty good. I am shocked. I am absolutely shocked. My week has been spent with crash after crash after crash and trying to sort it all out with a little, like, half an hour here, 45 minutes there. Like, I've been trying to sort it out, and like, it's why I named the stream to what I named it, because I thought we were going to be just crashing nonstop. Like, it just, that's what my expectation was. All right, we can collect that. Hoeing contract. Super easy to do, but we don't have enough tractors. Like, I only have 5 of these, the Fent, the super fence here. Oh, here we are again. My favorite song. I have to, you know, I just have to take some time to enjoy that song. I love that song. Oh, this is burning so much. Why? I need that mod. This is so painful. Look at how much it's burning. Jesus. Game. How does it not, like, how does the base game not automatically adjust the distribution rate depending on the speed of the damn tractor? It just way overdoes it, right? Because of how slow it is. It should 100% scale that, right? Based on the speed of the tractor. But it's like, it's dumping out, so you would get a zone of your field. Like, I don't know how these things work in real life, but you get a zone of your field that would have 10 times more product on it than every other part of your field. So you'd have these little islands of crazy amounts of either fertilizer or lime or whatever. But like, look at that. Why? Stop. Zoom all the way up. Then turn it off. And then turn. Where the hell are you going, dude? Well, I mean, it's assuming that a 42 meter width is... You've actually got an implement back there that's 42 meters wide. Look, gives everything a wide berth. I do have a... Where is it? Yeah, there it is. There's a mod that allows you to use courseplay nodes as your own GPS. So, this is... I have not hired a worker on this. Not at all. This is a big field. This is a huge field. Oh my god. What? Oh my god. Jesus. Why? Course play? Why do you make courses that do this? This is why I don't start the things in the middle of the field. I like to start them at the ends because of these shenanigans here. That's the only reason this does this. Because it was trying to come around and then scrape the edge here. Okay. Now I have to find my way back to that damn vehicle. Which one was it? Come on. Quit wasting. There you go. Yeah, that one caught up to this one just because I was able to, like, actually drive it intelligently. I could not imagine doing this with a vanilla capacity spreader. You see how fast we're going through Lime, right? You see how fast that is. Oh my god, it's just so painful how slow this goes. Stop driving so slowly. This thing by default, unmodded, only holds like 3,200 liters. Right? It's only like 3,200 liters. We go through that with this in 10 seconds. Maybe 20. Like just it's sitting here. Watch the liters. Like watch them when it just sits here. That was like 400, 500 liters, or 400, 500 liters just sitting there just to get going. And we've already gone through way more than what would be in here normally. So if you were trying to refill these in the, like, with the field and course play, you would literally get 20 feet down the lane and it would have to go and fill up. And then another 20 feet have to go fill up. And you'd be doing that with multiple tools. I mean, I honest to God, I don't know how you would do it in vanilla and still remain sane, because it's like you would be refilling those so often it would take 10 times longer to get the job done. Right? We have the lime. It's just the amount of time that it would take. Look at this. Look at how much this wastes. Why does it slow down like that? There is no reason for that. Yeah, see how fast this stopped? It should not be doing that. And it's funny that the devs still haven't figured out how to do a render distance. Like, look at the render distance on this. Like, I understand there's a lot of things that it's rendering, but, you know, when you do instance stuff on the GPU, like, it's referring back to the same item in memory for drawing all of that stuff. It saves a huge amount of time, but for some reason I'm only able to render, you know, 100 feet in front of me. Everything else is really low quality. It's just like, it's ridiculous. Again, limited by consoles. That's what dictates that. Wow, we're only 50% done with this job. This field is huge. We've gone through, just with this one alone, we've gone through 75,000 liters of lime. And I'm doing this one manually because I had to do one of them manually because it wastes so much. We have the lime, but we also have a few of our own really big fields. No. God. I hate when it triggers on the wrong node. Yeah, like, a lot of it, I don't know what the limitations are. The fact that they just, lowest common denominator dictates everything with the game. It's just like, they could optimize this game and give you bigger maps. And I mean, I'm able to run this. This is a 16x map. This map is 16 times bigger than a base game map. 16 times the area of a base game map. So, the game is capable of doing this. It's just not optimized. They need to optimize the saving of the game. They need to optimize the update of the textures behind the scenes. They need to subdivide the tasks rather than have one single texture for all of the fields on the entire map. It's one texture that's 16,000 by 16,000 pixels. It is a huge texture. Same thing where the stone, the grass textures, like the terrain textures are also. So you have multiple giant textures that dictate the map. That's one texture. So when you harvest, it's harvesting on a huge texture and it's changing one giant texture. You could subdivide it, split it up, just like the chunk-based system in modern engines. Oh, damn it. I'm going to save a unholy amount of line by skipping all of this because it's double tracked, obviously. This is where big savings come from when you catch this. Because the game is not smart enough, Courseplay is definitely not smart enough to just not cover this again. It would absolutely cover this with another layer. Which is insanity to me, but whatever. No, I didn't want to. I can turn it off there because we've already covered all of that. I can tell because it's a little bit white. What are you doing? What are you doing? Yeah, this is already all covered in here. Wow, that was a thing that just happened. All right, we don't have to cover that again, right? So let's get this in here. Let's get this little corner here, a little bit there. It's a very, very subtle difference. The white of the area that we haven't covered and the area that we have. There's a big spot in there. And then we can turn it off here. Spin that around. And we get it going again. The other two, right, the two on the outside have way more leeway as far as their coverage. This one, like, there's a lot of overlap. So it's just a good one to do when you have so much overlap. I can pick and choose what we cover and what we don't. And then I can turn it off again because we've already covered all of this. And then turn it off. And turn it back on. And turn it off. This is where that mod would really, really help. Just only put out what you need. And then all of this has been covered already. It's a weirdly shaped field, that's for sure. I saved probably 100,000 liters on this. 70 to 100,000 liters. Just by manually doing all of that. Okay, yeah. This next one. As soon as this thing triggers, which should be any time. Because this, I want to be able to skip all of this branch here. There it is. Stop. Let's clean this up. Clear that. Clear that. Okay. That was a good payday. Boom, 450 grand. There's a lag spike because it's a huge field and it has to go through the whole field and like it updates the entire field. It's a lot of territory. That's what happens when you have really big fields. Oh, lag. Oh, that was a lag. Yeah. Okay, now we go back to... What was that? There it is. How is this doing? You are getting some good beats. How much of this? Oh, there's actually quite a bit of this left. Wow. This is a subtle... This is like a little bit bigger of a field than I really thought it was going to be. Now, did we send a... We did send a vehicle up here. Yep. Okay. We're up to $1 million again. Oh, thank God. I was really worried that we were gonna like, because remember, every time an hour goes by, we get dinged quite a bit, right? Production costs, like it's like 50 grand an hour. Like it's a lot. It's not 50 grand an hour. More like 20 grand. 10 to 15 grand an hour. It's we would have run out of money if I would have slept. If I would have just taken that 67,000 and then I would have slept, we would have run out of money. It would have been out of money. Although all the productions would have stopped. So it's good that we got a little bit of extra dough. Stone picking, yeah, I think I have enough stone for now. Especially when we start stone picking our own fields. Now that we have sort of a decent amount of fields that we're starting to add up. Still can't afford that. Ready to harvest red beets. 2.4 million liters of red beets. Red beets. Yep. We're gonna pull the trigger on this one too. Because that's 2.5 million liters of goodness right there. So as soon as these are done, we're going to offload, sell what we don't need, or sell what we have to, try to keep a little bit, and then harvest this field up, and then pocket those. This one, man, this would have been a good one too to buy. Red beets. This would have been even more red beets in here. Oh, it's harvested already. It's all gone. No more red beets. Darn it. Losing about $3 a second. Yeah, that's the essentially like the workers. That's what that is. Which is weird because when the hour turns, you also get like wages getting taken out. So it's like it costs money and then it costs money again. I've never seen any YouTuber, anybody explain why that is. I think it's like when you have auto drive, I think auto drive is the ticking amount of money, right? That's the ticking amount of money is auto drive. And then course play is like the hired worker hourly, you know, the amount of money that it dings for an hour. All of these are on. I don't know why this one is still on. Did I start that and just not? Man, my brain just fritzed out right there. let's save it again. And I need to use the bathroom really quick, so I'll get in one of the harvesters and just kind of... My first bathroom break in 5 hours. That's pretty good. There we go. Ah, where was that again? Over here. No, I didn't want to visit. Come on. I wanted to click on... No. All right. I'll be right back. All right. It's meat stick o'clock. Really? All right. All right, what else can we do while we wait for this to get done? Because we have to, yeah, I mean, we have to harvest this. We also have to harvest this one. Because that's where the money is, right there. Another big liming, I mean, stone picking, I might as well. 102. I mean, it's 120 grand. I'd run a machine in a field for 120 grand. Another giant liming contract. Jesus. 100,000 liters. Well, what would be 100,000 liters of lime? What would be the value if I sold that at market? This is what I kind of look at. 100,000 liters would be 100 of these. 100 of these. Okay. Ignore this 211. I don't think that's accurate. I think that's the game miscalculating it because, you know, we've been pretty even down here for a while. So I would be very surprised if next month it's $211. Let's just say that. Like, the way the game does not recalculate this, and I've really found no way of forcing it to recalculate these values, right? So, like, once they're calculated when you start the game, when you start a map, it calculates them all. And then if you change it up, if you rebalance it or whatever, like I've done with this map, it doesn't recalculate those values until the month is current, and then it calculates. So 100,000 liters, right, would be 100 of these. Okay, so that's $6,000, roughly, between $5,000 and $6,000. But if we were to buy it, obviously it would be about $6,000. Right? It's 100 of these. So we take $6,000 worth of lime. Let's just call it $6,000 to $7,000 because of the way the liming works. And we look at the contract, it's $120,000. You take $7,000 in lime and you turn it into 120 or 111,000. Right? There's like, instead of selling your lime and making money that way, it's way more lucrative to actually use it to lime a field and get paid for doing that. Granted, it's wear and tear in your vehicles, and that's a couple $1,000s over time, right? Repairing the tractors and stuff. But if you do it yourself, especially a straight field like this, holy crap, you can optimize it. So we're gonna start that. Stone picking 102. Let's go grab a tractor. Like over here. $102. It's right there. It's like right down the road. So liming the next field. I'm pretty sure we can. 186, that's way down here. It's gonna be over. Yeah, this guy's got 15 million liters of stone in it already. We have so much stone. Because when I was repairing this map, right, I spent 2 months on this map. One of the things I did was regenerate the stone layer, which very few modders actually do with their maps. Right? If you play a map, and that map is, when you plow the field, if stone is like one stone here, one stone way over there, one stone way over there, one stone way over there, that means they didn't, and it's a big map, they didn't regenerate. I should have come over here. They didn't regenerate the stone layer. Because when you stretch the texture for the stone out, you take, let's say you take a base game texture for stone, and you take a regular map and you take it a 4x map and you just stretch that texture, you're gonna have far fewer stone nodes And it's even bigger. Like when you go to 16x, you get almost no stone on the ground at all, right? Which makes it wastes your time trying to harvest the stone. It's just a waste of time. Let's check this. Okay, it did it right. Good. So what I did is I just took that texture, figured out what color the stone was, which was just like, you know, 010101 RGB. I need to turn that down a little bit more. Yeah, I just took that and I regenerated a noise map on the texture with that subtle color change, the color difference, and regenerated the stone, which is why it's that dense. So you get a lot of stone. And it encourages you to actually collect it because stone damages your machines. Okay, if you don't pick up the stone, it will radically damage your machines. Because that's what stone does. It'll cause a crazy amount of damage to farm equipment. 186 down here. So, yeah. You get a lot of stone, and you could just sell the stone. I mean, the stone is near worthless, but you could still sell it. I mean, the lime is obviously worth a bit more because you're processing it, but... Okay, so we're going to come in here. We're going to try to be cheeky with it here. Okay, and then we're going to go enhanced vehicle, reset, view, snap. We're going to go to the one direction next. So you see, I'll just explain how this works. I had to learn. Down here, okay, let me remove my ugly visage here. Turn that off. Okay. So down here, you see this number 0 plus 1 to 1. So the number 0, that's what I'm on. I'm on 0. Then it's saying the next run is going to be plus 1. So that will turn you into 1. And if I look over, there's a 1 right there. If I look over this way, there's a -1 right here. Okay? So if you're on a field and you need to go the other direction, enhanced vehicle has a way to just minus that, right? You go back, and you're just telling it the next track is this way, not this way. So that's how I learned that. But yeah, the number 0 is what track we're on. Then it's going to add 1, and we're going to go over to track 1. Which is right there, which is green. So that tells you that's the next track. And I can like turn that down a little bit so it's not as like crazy or off completely. But I can hit this, turn this on. So now I'm not using course play. I'm not using the base game GPS. I'm using what's called enhanced vehicle. And I don't know if there's a way to change the lines on here. I'm using motions with my hands, but you don't see me. But I don't know if there's a way to change that. There might be. We can look at it when I get done with this run here. But I'll show you like what happens when you get to the end and why that 0 plus 1 to 1 is important. because enhanced vehicle will automatically turn you into that next row. Although there's a bunch of goddamn trees on the end here, so that's gonna throw a wrench into it. That'll be fun to get around. But there's a button to turn. So it detects that we're near the end of the field, and I can turn that off, and I hit the button to turn, and now it's turning me automatically. I just hope I get in between, miss all the trees. Oh, I hit a tree. Damn it. Of course I hit a tree. So let's get around that. Now I have to snap to it again. But let me look at the menu here. Show lines. Vehicle plus working with only. Okay, that's... No, that's not what I wanted. Hide lines automatically. Yes. Time is seconds. Number of visible tracks. Okay. This is the first time I've gone into this. HUD track assistant on. I don't know what this is. Percent left. Oh, I know what these are. Parking brake, mileage counter. Okay. The HUD wants all of these. Let me do that first. Up here. These up here. Damage, painting, fuel. That's what those are. Alright, let me snap. And you can tell when you're snapped because the little 90 degree down there, it turns yellow. So you can see we're number 1. Now we're +1. Now we're going over to 2, which is next to us, but we don't see that at the moment because they're hidden. The lines are hidden. They'll show up. I think they'll show up again at the end of the field. Maybe. Let me turn that off for a bit. We'll see if they pop back into place. But now when we get to the end of this, I'll turn off the spreader, but then I'll just hit the turn button. An enhanced vehicle will turn me right around on its own. It's really nice. And line me right up with the next track. Okay, so it doesn't show up. I bet you if I get off the line, it would do that. So yeah, we're cruising. This thing is this enhanced vehicle. Once, like I had to learn, right? Like it was a learning curve to try to figure out, and I still don't use I don't use it to the full extent that it can be used. Surprisingly isn't using as much lime as I thought it was going to. we're gonna skip that. Yeah, it says it's supposed to be using 9,200 liters a minute. Maybe. I mean, maybe it is. I really want to try that other mod, though. Plus, I'm hoping my mod gets approved. My first mod submission to Giants. Official mod submission. I mean, I've made many, many, many mods, but they've mostly been edits of other people's mods, so I really haven't been able to submit any of those because whoa. What? Dude, Mar. Like, what did you do that for? It was like, oh, I'm in a field. I'm gonna just do the thing in the field. And it's like, no, 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 wrong field. You're not in the right field. It's funny that it was even allowing me to put lime on that field because I don't have a contract on that field. That's field 185, yeah. So harvesting field 45. So that'll be done anytime in the next couple minutes. I'll get finished job notifications. Those harvesters are on the last bit. Then I'll get those moved over to the new field that we just bought. 75,000 liters of lime used so far. I think this the job estimated 100,000 liters. We're going to be almost right on the money, I think. Depends on how early it finishes. What percent we have to get done. There it is. First one's done. Probably one more pass with this. And I'll be within that threshold. Maybe. Most likely. I don't know. What are you doing, sir? Well, look at that. Look at that field margin right there. This field was made almost for this spreader. 96, 97, 98. Although, there it is. 94,000 liters. Let's hide those. And this guy can head back. And this guy... Oh my god. Am I not? Okay, I needed to be a little bit closer. Yeah, we're gonna get a crazy amount of red beets out of this. Liming, this one is done. Let's collect. This guy wants, oh yeah, 5 million liters. So yeah, he definitely was expecting this amount. All right, where do these need to go? Johnson's Farmers Market. Well, that's easy enough. It's right next to the main farm. What would a farmer's market do with 5 million liters of red beets? Do you have any idea how many beets, like how much beets that is? We have 6 million liters on us. The amount of space that would take up, that's 6,000 cubic meters of beets. 6,000 cubic meters. That is a whole lot of beets. I mean, it's hard to even picture that amount. Like tantamount to like how big a house is, or how big a apartment complex or skyscraper. Like it's hard for me to like picture 6,000 cubic meters. What's the cubed root of 6,000? It's like, it's not 2. 2 times 2 is 4 times 2 is 8. So it's less than 2. Greater than 1, less than 2. I'm gonna blow through this one 50 miles an hour. Oh. $60 feet. That's almost like 6 stories tall. That's like a 6-story tall building. Amount of beets. That is a crazy amount of beets. Like a farmer's market. What? Like, there's no way you'd be able to sell that many. Not at a farmer's market. Farmer's market should have a very minimal amount of a minimal amount that it would be capable of, you know, processing, like selling. There's just so much they could do with this game that would make it like a more engaging sort of process. I mean, I get they have to gamify it. Or drones? That's a big thing now. I've a couple of the farmers that I watch, that are actual farmers, they spray their fields with drones now. They have these giant drones that they, you know, put out in their fields, and the drones, they carry just enough. They go down the field and back, then they land, they get refilled, their battery gets swapped. They go down and back, and they're able to do, I think he said, they're able to cover like 80 acres an hour. I think that's what he said. Oh, the stop is there. Okay. It's basically like 80 acres an hour. In 10 hours, you can do 800 acres. So in a day, you can do a section. You can do a square mile, which is 640 acres. Right, 8 hours. 8 times 8 is 64. So 8-hour shift, you would be able to do a full square mile of land, of a field. One set, like just this, right? You could do one of these a day with those drones, which is a lot. I mean, it's a lot. I can't even imagine how expensive those drones are, though. Jesus, those things must be expensive. But very efficient. It just flies over. It's able to spray at like 26 miles an hour. It just flies right over the fields. Crazy. Okay, do we have enough? We don't, not even, we need 1.5 million for that. About $1 million for that. David's less discount now. We need more David contracts. There's a stone picker. We got that. The red beet harvest. That one's done. That's another 200 grand. Blocked by, oh, here we go again. Every time. Hey. I leave no beat left behind. Here we go with the zigzag again. Oh, I think I know why. It's the field that's planted on a diagonal. That's why that happened. The field itself is square, right? But it's the planting, for reasons passing understanding, the game generated the rows as diagonal. It's kind of weird. Okay, Harvest corn. Wow. More red beets. Cultivating. More Ben contracts. We have one. Is there a Ben field around that I could nab? One maybe, preferably, that I could harvest. Ooh, there's one. This would be... That's a Ben field. That would be... 800... Man, that is almost all of our money. That's literally almost all of our money right there. That's brutal. What is their visit? Oh, sunflowers. Ooh, that's not a lot of money worth of sunflowers. Ooh, we're gonna need more money before we can pull the trigger on that. Yeah, these are just, I mean, yeah, these are lucrative. 91 grand for that. Uses 31,000 or 32,000 liters of fertilizer. But I'm running into a situation where I'm going to need to fertilize my own fields. This giant field of wheat, I need to fertilize this. Not to mention, I need to fertilize this. This field here, I need fertilizer. So when I plant it, it actually, like, you know, or whatever. I don't really need to fertilize it now, but fertilizer takes a really long time to make. We have a decent amount of liquid fertilizer, and then this fertilizer, we have a decent amount, but again, we could easily spread 100,000 liters, right, on this field down here, really easily. So I need to be careful with how much fertilizer I use on other contracts, because then we would run out for our own fields, and then we have to buy it, and it's like I don't want to buy it either. God, I wish some of these were. I mean, this is a huge field though. Oh, I just don't. I want to advance time. I want to advance a month. So let me clear these. I don't know if clearing them actually, like, if the game is like, oh, you cleared these, so therefore we're not going to do them. These have got some time left. And our carrot fields, these are going to be coming in next month. So, and then pretty much when the time comes to sell, we are going to, we're going to have like a 10 million. We're going to have like a 10, 15, not more like $10 million sell-off when the time comes. Like, it's going to be all of the things. We have a crazy amount of carrots, only to get bigger when we do our harvest again. So January, yeah, come January, we're going to be able to do some stuff. I want to be able to start using this TMR. I want to get a thing for cows down. the earlier the better, because you know it takes several months, especially when you buy like younger cows. The super cows. If anybody plays this map, there are super cows. They're very expensive, but they're super. So, you know. Yeah, look at this. This is a crazy shaped field. No farmer in their right mind would have a field. It's just like, why? Why do you have a field that looks like this? Not to mention all the little things in this area, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know why they haven't. Why Field 3 has not triggered a harvest contract. Like it's ready to harvest. Why is Field 3 not generating a harvest contract? That would be an insane amount of corn. Or 213. Oh, I think 213 has already been harvested. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's already been harvested. So Field 3, it should be generating a harvesting contract, but it's not. And I don't know why. Oh, let's see. What land do I have? I have this entire block here. We've got this planted in wheat. So all of these fields, all these individual fields, I've slowly been buying those up, and I now have merged them all, and they've all been... I mean, they're not all really good because there's still some shenanigans in here, right? So it needs to be fertilized, but I need to wait a month to do that because I just planted it. So yeah, the lime situation. I want to like, and then all up here, I own this entire block, save the little vehicle dealership up here. So I've converted all of this. Now it's all, this is all combined. This right here is the entire map. All of the miscellaneous parts of the map that you don't normally have access to, like all of the places where there are factories, all the outside, like areas that you don't really need to own, you can still buy, but it's not cheap. But it's only 800 acres, right? It's not a lot of land. It's only 800 acres and it's $33 million. So it's not intended for you to own that. So that's why that's in the dead center. It's the center of the map. But this, I own this whole block. This whole block, I own half, or a little, actually more than half of this block now. I know these two up here I own, and these two now I own. And then I'm starting to whittle down on this one as well. But land is expensive. And what is planted here? Barley? Yeah. I'd love to own this one as well. This whole block would be nice to own. Harvest oh no, just harvest soybeans. Soybeans just don't pay enough. They're just not worth very much. Yeah, it was one of these fields. I think this field here. Yeah, if field 3 triggered a harvest, I would do that. But unless it triggers a harvest contract, I'm going to be, once this field is done, I'm going to be advancing time. Almost at 1 million liters. There it is, 1 million liters. And this guy is a little bit further behind. Not sure why. And see how much fuel they go through, though. I really tried to get the numbers to be realistic. I'm using unrealistic things, right? I'm using unrealistic harvesting machines and all of that. And that's I understand. But if you were to play this map with super realistic stuff, it would be that much harder. So, like, if you played with... I've heard tell that there's a mod, I think it's called Advanced Damage, or like Advanced Damage Systems or something like that. Somebody overhauled the damage system. Right? So instead of like where you drop by the shop and you just repair, right? Instead of that, they completely overhauled it. Right, so it's actually like components actually break. It takes, in some cases, like if you want to overhaul a combine, right? If you want to do like a year-end overhaul of a combine, it's going to take 2 months and cost $50,000-$60,000. Right, because that's how much it costs. Like the damage system in this game, it's just not realistic at all. I've watched enough farmers and enough farming channels to get a sense of just how insane and costly it is to run these machines. These things are unbelievable, right? You have a hydraulic pump go out, that's 10 grand. Just 10 grand. Not to mention the stuff that's replaced every year, the belts, anything that has a moving part needs grease. You need to grease it. Some parts need to be greased every day. Some parts have a 50 hour, some has a 500 hour. Some have 100 hour. So it's just like the amount of expense of just parts and stuff. The Advanced Damage System mod really tries to get close to what it actually costs to run machines like this. And then that would make this map even harder, because it would be, not only are you getting realistic value for your crops with what you can go to market with your crops, but the yields have also been balanced to be realistic with what yields are for Michigan. This is Michigan. The land I balanced to cost, because I have the contracts mod, which give me a discount. I made the land cost on the upper echelon of what farmland costs in Michigan if you were to buy it. So if you had the advanced damage system, holy, money would be really tight. Like it would be, you would want, like we have 800 grand right now. You would not want to spend that. Right? Because one of your, like there's a random damage thing. There's a random damage component to that mod that, you know, I could be harvesting like this and it could trigger, because my wear right now, I'm at 8.3%. So the higher that percent, the more likely you're going to have a catastrophic failure. And if that happens, it could be, you know, 30 grand. Just, there's 30 grand. And it puts the harvester out of commission for a month. That's the kind of thing that's like super realistic farming. I mean, I've watched farmers that they've had tractors in the shop for 3 months getting completely overhauled. The engine has to get torn apart. Everything gets overhauled. And it costs 40, 50 grand for all of that work. Brutal expense. So yeah, that would be the ultimate hard mode game. This map with no other rebalance mods, nothing else overriding anything, nothing, there's like no mods that introduce new crafting systems, right? Because those would not be balanced with how this map is balanced. So you wouldn't want to introduce any new like potato processing or grape process, or like nothing new would have to be added. And then the advanced damage would be crazy. That would be crazy. What happens when you buy all of one farmer's farmland? Well, they don't generate any more contracts. That doesn't really, nothing really happens. It's just the farmer, like there's no fields to generate contracts anymore for that farmer. And I think if you then sell the farmland, that same farmer gets it back. It's just the XML is just for farmland. It just the farmland, the numbers, right? The farmland numbers are just, you just control which farmer owns which farmland, and then the game kind of takes it from there. Alright, so I'm not going to sell. We have almost 3.4 million liters of red beets. We have a few, I think, in storage that we can grab. Let's go grab. Let's see if the contract popped up. Nope. It just is not, it's not going to give me a harvest for the field 3. I don't know why. Like, I don't know what it should generate that. But the other thing is, the more fields that I buy, right, the fewer fields that the game looks to randomly generate contracts on, the more likely the field that I want is going to get a contract, right? So let's say I owned all the fields except field 3. Well, it's definitely going to generate a contract. It's the only field available. So the more fields you own, the more likely it is that field will generate a contract. It is October. Up here you can see the farm has not grown to the level of adding more than 1 day a month, but I'm assuming that the farm, if we continue on this map, the farm will get big enough where we're going to need more than one day in a month to do all the work that's needed to be done, right? We're talking like harvest, plow, fertilize, seed, like all the jobs. If you have so much land, it's too much. You need to you would need to mitigate the amount of jobs you're doing at any given time. Man, I would love to play this. You know, blah, blah. I would love to see if they make like little miniature controllers, because I don't need a giant steering wheel, right? If I want an analog steering wheel, I don't need a giant steering wheel to play this game. But something like that could slide under my keyboard, that would be a little wheel. Think of look at your keyboard, right? If you look at your keyboard, imagine you have a wheel that's maybe 6 inches across, right? 6 inches in diameter, and it's just it's on a metal plate, or you could even have it a plastic, but I'd prefer metal. But the keyboard would just sit on top of it, right? So it kind of anchors a little bit. It wouldn't be heavy, but just a wheel, and then you could just with your dominant hand, right or left, you could use the wheel with just your palm, and you could get like really subtle left and right turns, because I would want it. Yeah, I would want it to make it better. It's just not good. And those are parsnips. Let me grab the parsnips, because we're going to be selling here soon. $5 million liters of parsnips. Oh. That is a lot of parsnips. Yeah, this is also modded, so the discharge speed is way faster than it normally is. Discharge speed on this is like 20,000 per second. I think it's normally like 1,000. I don't know why there's no collision on this. I think that was a crazy oversight by the... maybe not an oversight. Maybe it was on purpose. Just so it didn't collide with every machine and everything in the book. Because you don't collide with this either, right? So... Get this out of the way, finally. This truck. I don't like this truck. I think we want to upgrade our truck. What the hell? Seriously, what is wrong with this thing? That would be lizard. Pickup. And I added... Oh, let's see. Not this. This, I think. Whew. Okay. Rims. Interesting. $55 miles an hour. Really? This thing tops out at 55 miles an hour? Okay. I want to see. Super Duty bed, attachers, gooseneck, fifth wheel. I'm gonna do fifth wheel. Do them all, baby. Yes. Capacity. Yes. Fuel transfer tank. I mean, I wish I could just drop 52 grand on a vehicle. That does not help me. Look at that. That's a tight little pickup. Oh, it does go faster. Oh shit, it goes way faster than 55. And it's really stable too. I can always tell when a mod is really tuned, like really honed, is you put it on a like, if I got it to like 180, if I got it to exactly 180 like this, right? You can always tell if there's if somebody really paid attention, is if it doesn't drift. We're still at 180.0. Like, not having this thing, don't ignore the road and where we are. Like, the road is not exactly straight. But the fact that this vehicle isn't drifting, like right or left, means it was very well tuned. Somebody spent a lot of time tuning this vehicle to be just flawless. The reason I put the fifth wheel on here is we have a trailer back here that I wanted to be able to use. My bale trailer somewhere. There it is. Let's see if we can use it with this thing. Oh, really? Can I? Does it work? It may not work. No, it's not really made for it. It's more made for a gooseneck. But I think this has a gooseneck option. Let's see. I thought it did. It might not be. Auto-loading bales unrealistic. What is unrealistic about auto-loading bales? I don't even know. Huh. I could have sworn this had a gooseneck option. That must have been a different one. Let's go look at the... I was thinking of a different trailer. I do like this this truck is way punchier than the other one was. I'm much like this one. What was that? God, random bangs and sounds is just annoying. All right. Park that. Carrots, onions, oats, barley, straw. That's neither here nor there. EMR. That's an insane amount. Yeah, TMR is actually maxed. We have another 10 million in there. We have 20 million in there. We'll raise the amount of TMR. Why am I still bleeding money here? Is it because of these stupid things? Yep. These were just sitting here, waiting their turn. And because of that, it was just bleeding money.
Oh yeah.
It's like you're paying workers to sit in a cab and just like sit there. I want that job. Just sit and do nothing for like an hour and just get paid. All right, let's see if we can put a few more stone before we skip ahead here. Oh, I must have just filled this. Yeah, I must have just filled it. Okay. Yeah, I would need a gooseneck. I'm sure there's gooseneck. I mean, I know there's gooseneck trailers. Let's see if there's a good one. Yeah, see, this is what it is here, but it didn't have a gooseneck option. This one here is a mod that I added because this is just fucking cool. This thing disconnects. So you disconnect this. This attaches to the truck, obviously. This disconnects from the trailer, so you pull away, you drive the thing up, you back this up, reconnect it and lift it, and then off you go. It's so awesome. Very much like this one as well. Same kind of thing. This one has the tires kind of covered, so you could use that. So flatbed trailers. I don't know where the trailers would be. Just normal trailers? I could have sworn that I saw like gooseneck options. Maybe it was like one of these. No? God, I don't know what category those would be in. Dude, these are the... I don't know why you need so many. I mean, just like one or two is all you need here. I don't know why we need like every single one of these to be covered with the sugar beet cutters. Like you don't need to do that with every one of them, but whatever. This JM one, no, that one didn't have it. There's the Beast. Yeah. That's crazy how big that thing is. The mother bin with the... This one has an unrealistic capacity, 1,000,000 liters. One of these days, I'll figure out how to do that. I wanna practice once we get some big fields, like really big fields, to practice getting course play and auto drive to like auto empty the combines and stuff. I'd love to figure that out. Windrower too, like when that wheat comes in, I actually want to like windrow it. Now you only can use these two, right? So this is the only thing. 12.2 meters is the biggest you can get. But windrowing that wheat, you get a 25% bonus, right? The pickup headers here, you can get a 25% bonus. Oh, look at the difference in cost. Case. $19. Crop catcher. Interesting. Yeah, you definitely want that. Yeah, I would need 5 of these. Right? I would need 5 of these. 5 of these. That's $1,000,000 right there, give or take. But you get 25% bonus harvest. It's crazy how good it is. It's just money in the bank, baby. Money in the bank. I don't think these have a gooseneck. Yeah, these don't have a gooseneck option either. I could have sworn that I saw a trailer in here that had gooseneck options. There's one. Holds a whole like 2 horses. 36 cows. I'd want to custom one of those to make way more cows. Like, I know 36 cows is realistic. I do know that. No cow. Oh no, 12 cows in that one. 36 cows in that one. Barrels maybe had also maybe possibly. There's the tanker trailers for the propane, methane, and hydrous ammonia, which is in this map, by the way. I did make that part of the map. I can't remember where I made the filler for anhydrous though. Yeah, it's weird. Oh well. Okay, shall we do a check here? Let's do a check on all the things and do a save, and then I just want to make sure all my machines are off. Trying to cue in on my sound here. Because if these things are sitting here idling and we sleep, they're going to sit here and idle. Oh. Yep. See, these one of these was on. That was not be good. I do want to sell these. I want to upgrade my grass cutting, but that can wait until, you know, I plant this in grass, which is going to be a couple growing seasons away. Okay. I think all the factories, you know, they've all got stuff to do. I don't need the TMR on here doing anything right now. Cause that's 60 grand that I don't need to spend. And I know my sawmill is doing okay. Let's just check some of these. You have plenty of fertilizer. Or digestate, I mean. You got some good solid. Corn dryer is going strong. You have plenty of propane. Good, good, good. This guy building up prefab wall again. We got another almost 40 in there, and we have, I don't know, what, 10 out here? Yeah. So almost 50 more pallets of that. I mean, that's several grand right there. So I think we're going to save it. Because remember, when we advance time, it takes a couple minutes for the game to sort of update itself. One last quick check of the contracts before I go. No. Still not harvesting field 3. Field 4 triggered. Parsnips, that would be... God, that's really tempting. That's really tempting. Because that's another 800,000 plus liters that we get to keep. Green beans is meh. That's... Parsnips, so that could potentially be $400,000 or $500,000. I don't know. Chat. Out there. Whoever's out there. Should we do this? Do we do this contract? What does everybody think? I mean, we could put 5 harvesters on this thing and knock it out fast. Or put 3 of them on there. And put 2 on the carrots. Right? Put 3 on here, put 2 on the carrots, and do both of these. I mean, that's 450,000. So that's a huge payday for both of those contracts. 209 is going to be a royal pain in the ass, though. That field is a disaster. So, yeah, let's... Okay. So we're going to grab that. And we're going to grab that. And then just for funsies... we'll grab that. If I'm going to be doing, I want as much shit busy as possible. making me as much money as possible. Field 5 weeding. Good old Ben here. 6 contracts. He's right at 6. I don't really want to do more for him. Field 40. I can do that. Okay. So who's who here? Let's go here. Harvest carrots. That is going to be 209. So we want at least 2 down there. 2 is about all I want because that's a weirdly shaped field. That's going to be rough. So these 2 guys can go down to 209. North. Let's go south. Come on. I know there's a I know you get confused. Oh wait, how much fuel does he have? I need to fuel up. These things burn a lot of fuel. I just bump into the fuel pump, that's fine, you know? $209. Field 4. No. What are you doing? Why do you look at the wrong node? I don't understand how it detects the wrong node. Where are my other... I don't even know where my other headers are. There's one. Oh, there's the other one. Okay. Oh, that's fine. It's just a little bump. I'm sure that wouldn't cause tens of thousands of dollars in damage. All right. now we have plowing 94, which I don't think is a huge field. It is not. And weeding 40, which I don't know, 2 maybe. I don't know how many we're gonna need up there. How was my tractor 11% damaged? Okay. Now, where are we? 209. Whoa. Yeah, look at the shape of this field. Okay, let's save it. Because I'm going to be generating, like, I'm going to be generating all of the courses for all of these jobs, and it's going to be brutal. Course. Detect the field. 2, 1 headland. Start on headland. Round corners is fine. Drop that down. Do. Let's see how bad it's gonna do. Horseplay like, what? Hey, look at that. It would be really cool if Courseplay, whatever team is behind it, were able to detect, like, doing this back and forth, coming up to here, and detecting in some way, I don't know mathematically how you would do it, but detecting this and going, how about we just turn 90 degrees and do this back and forth, right? Rather than do zig, 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 zig like this. I don't know, like, how you would do that technically, but it would be nice. So let's do a copy. We have first waypoint, go. Let's grab you. Clear, paste, right. Wait, what did I... There it is. Okay. This field, relatively normal. I don't know why it it plants these fields when it generates them. It plants them diagonally. That's weird to me. That's really weird to me. We're gonna clear course. This is a more straightforward field, but it's still kind of gnarly. We don't need 2 headlands on this one. We have 3. We have 3 wide, so 2 headlands. We don't need that much overlap. Automatic. Yeah. So let's generate this. Field to kitchen restaurant. I mean, this game kind of does that. I mean, there's literally like a fast food joint on here somewhere. I think it's like over here. It's one of these places. I mean, you don't run the restaurant. Wait, what? Start on headland. Oh. You are not center. You are left. There we go. Now I'm going to copy this. Paste. Center. First. Paste. Right. First. Go. Okay. 94. Do I want to? Man, this is a deceptively large field. This thing is pretty fast. And there we go. Now we need... I thought I had 3 or 4 of these trailers. So who are we gonna, the 2 harvesting contract, 209 or number 4? We gotta keep an eye and make sure they don't get all discombobulated. Those are all going fine. 209 is working its way around. Kind of a wash right now, like. Let's look at the head guy on 209. Estimated 1 hour, 21 minutes. This is why I was kind of on the fence whether or not to get these started. The head guy on this, 53 minutes. So, just by those numbers, this field will finish first. Field 4. The 209 got a big head start, which is why it's ahead right now, but I think field 4 is going to catch up. I mean, this thing has gone around this field once. Just one route around, and it's got 440,000 liters already. Parsnips are crazy. I don't think I've ever eaten a parsnip in my life. I'm just gonna throw that out there. I don't think I've ever eaten a parsnip. I don't even know what they taste like. I have no idea. I'm not inviting myself to eat them. I don't know. I don't like weird food. I like taters. I like taters. I don't know what parsnips, I don't know what you use them for. I don't know what they go with. I don't know what origin, like country of origin. Are they European? Are they African? Are they Zimbabwean? I have no idea what parsnips are all about. All right, let's see where this guy is going to head. You are going to backtrack quite a long ways. So how about we not do that, sir? And I will help you along. Kind of like a turnip. Another one that I've never eaten. I know, right? I was raised on spaghetti, on hamburgers, not weird foods, you know. Let's do nearest. Parsley? Parsley is like a leafy garnish. So let's send this guy up to 4. Oh, I do have another one. Okay, yeah, I'll send him up to 4. And this guy we're going to send down to 209. But 209 north, not south. That's probably where they're going to end up. Unless I have to empty them prematurely. Which is fine, but this is such a discombobulated route that it's like, I don't even know. Really? Really? How is it possible that these are going to meet at the same place at the same time? This giant ass field. The odds of that is just this huge field, and they're just exactly timed. Really? Are you gonna try to harvest nothingness? Okay, yeah, let's not do that shenanigans, please. Oh, no, wrong turn. There we go. Back it up. Go. That cut down quite a bit of shenanigans with that guy. Ah, harvested sorghum. Okay. Thought that looked familiar. Yeah, this guy, enter vehicle, we're still sitting at 1 hour, 14 minutes. I don't think I can go any faster than this. At least I don't. Let me see. What is this set at? Yeah, 24. He's only going 21, so that's the speed limit of this. Yeah, plowing 94 is actually progressing quite a pace here. It's actually doing really good. I could not imagine if you had a plow this big, how, like, if there even exists a tractor that could pull it. Like, the amount of energy that you would need, the amount of torque and horsepower to pull a plow this size, 25.5 meters wide. That is... That's like a 60-foot wide plow. You need like 2 or 3 tractors pulling to try to get that through the ground. Good. So weeding field 40 is going to get done. Okay. Oh, that's why this is so fast. I forgot I put 2 on this. I'm getting hungry. I didn't round the corners on this, I just realized. That's why the side is slow. Squaring off. A lot of stones in that field. Yeah, one of my fields is... I don't have a lot of... I wait until the stones are like level 3. But at level 1 stones I don't bother with. Level 2 and 3 is really where you gotta pay attention. Very subtle difference between... You can barely see it right where that tractor is about to hit. There's just a subtle difference in the texture with the weeds. Well, usually the fields, squaring them off, usually farmers don't do that because the very edges of the field are like, they're almost like throwaway. The yields are going to be down. You're going to add a lot more like animals and stuff eating the edges of your field, as well as not getting the same amount of fertilizer, not getting the same amount of water if you have irrigation. Like the very edges, right? Very edge of your field, maybe 20 feet around the edge of your field is like your least valuable. And oh, we're done with this. I love how it always finishes, and these things are like as far from the road as possible. So like, if you look at any field and you go to like the corners, especially the corners, right? You look at the corners and they're just nasty. They're like weeds and spotty plants, and they're not really robust. They're not really watered all that well. They certainly don't get the same amount of fertilizer. So the squaring off of fields is largely unnecessary, just because it's like it's a waste of time. And that's why you don't see a lot of squared off fields. It's just, if they were able to get as much yield out of the corners and the edges of their fields consistently, they would definitely do that, because then the yields and stuff would be worth it. But otherwise, it's just not worth it. Not worth spending the time. Not to mention, it's really hard to square the fields off if you don't. If you're pulling a seeder system that has multiple things, you can't square off fields. You just can't. So your fields are basically the radius. The radius of whatever you're planting with. Basically what it is. Which is why when I've planted my fields, these are all like generated fields and stuff, but my fields, right, you can see the corners are rounded, right? So I've planted them with rounded corners, so it's more realistic. Same with this wheat. You can see a very subtle like rounding of that corner right there. So if I go in here, right? So this is planted and rolled. This isn't. So it's just like, it's just not worth it to a farmer doing all of the necessary gubbins to actually plant that, because the amount of material, crop you're going to get out of it is not worth it. It's just minuscule. So it's just not worth it. Okay, well, we have our first. Let's collect. All right, 94. This guy is so close. Okay, let's check. Those are all running. These are both running. Sometimes the harvesters, like, or the field work, they get all jumbled up and they just stop. And I've noticed that I've been deep into the weeds on something, and I've noticed, like, I'll see like 29%, and I'll do a bunch of stuff. I'll look up and it's still 29%. I'm like, well, it should have gotten at least 1%. So I'll check, and they're all like looking at each other like, hey, you move, no, you move, no, you move. Everybody's like stopped. The difference in levels for stone, you have 3 levels. Well, technically you have 4. You have no stone, right? You have this, which is stone 1. Okay, then you have stone 2, and stone 3 is your top. What it does is the higher levels of stone cause a near exponential increase in the amount of wear and damage to whatever you're doing to the field. So if you never address stone, if you never pick it up, and you run a planter over it, it's gonna, and it's like stone 3, it is going to cause thousands and thousands of dollars in damage just for that one field. Whereas if you picked up the stone, you might have, $100 of repair to do. Right? So it's an exponential increase in how much damage it causes the implement you're dragging through. So planters, seeders, cultivators, anything that's drugged through the ground is going to have a massive stone is going to have a massive impact on how much it gets worn down. And as you wear down, like if you're having a planter and it's getting worn and worn and worn and worn and worn, that's going to impact. It's going to impact the field and your yields. It's kind of an abstraction, so I don't think I've ever seen anybody just actively run fields that are like level 3 stone, just nonstop. A lot of the YouTubers I watch, they just turn stone off for some reason. Even some of the ones that are like, I want to be super realistic, and they never pick up stone. Like ever. They never plow their fields, right? Because that's what digs up stone. If all you did was cultivate and zero till, like if you did a zero till, and all you did was cultivate, you would never have to deal with stone, because cultivators don't dig up stone. So you can avoid it by doing that, but you have to plow your field once in a while. You have to turn the soil over so the plant matter, you know, can actually decompose and stuff. But I just don't like farmers or you know, farm sim players that are like, I'm gonna do, you know, super realistic, and then they turn off. Like I've seen them turn off weeds. I've seen them turn off stone, lime. Like they turn off all of these things for these fields, and then they're like, I'm gonna do super realistic. It's like, really? How is that realistic? You don't have any stone in your fields? At least around here, it's a huge problem. Most of the Midwest is just crap loads of stone because of the glaciers that were here for over the, you know, all the ice ages. Every ice age dropped crazy amounts of stone in the ground. You know, for eons that stuff was being deposited, and so every year in winter, right, the frost brings more and more up to the surface, and this is where you get I remember the garden that we had when I was growing up. We had a garden in the backyard, and every year was just like, it didn't matter how many stones we picked up every year. The next year it would just be crap loads of stone. Like it was like they were magically being added to the ground. Like it was just non-stop. The amount of stone was just non-stop. So let's clear home farm. Hey, that was a nice close one too. That was a really close field. Oh, I saw a harvest pop in here. I was like, oh, was that level 3? No. But yeah, I've been through the code for the stones and stuff, and it's a multiplier on the wear, and the higher the tier, the higher the multiplier. So it can cause a lot of damage. Like the wear bar, that blue bar on the underneath my thing. So let me turn that off. So that blue bar down by my speedometer, right? And you can see the damage level above, like the damage painting way up here. Like up here. The higher that value of damage, the worse your yields and stuff are going to be.
Oh yeah.
God, I hate that sound. I hate the other thing that I can't believe they still haven't fixed in this game. This game has been literally in development in some way, shape, or form for 18 years. And they still have machinery skittering around on the ground. Right? When I put this stuff down, it's flat on the ground and straight and nice and square, and it just shuffles. Right? You can very. It's just like jitters. Like the physics when it's on the ground, the physics for some reason it treats the ground as like super slippery. When it shouldn't be slippery. The ground should not be slippery. How are we doing? Okay. Field 4 is finally pulled out ahead. The rows are much better. Oh. We're at the very long rows. The one or two very long rows that we have. Very, very long rows. My lot. I mean, I try to make it look like a farm that's, you know, it's they spend more time worrying about where the next paycheck is going to come from, not about mowing. Like I've already painted over this, so it's not really mowable. If I mowed it, the grass would disappear because the real mower mod, the new real mower mod is not as good as FS25. It doesn't allow you to mow grass like this. It would just erase the grass. And it wouldn't give you any grass. It wouldn't actually drop grass. I don't know what I would have to do in order to enable that, but yeah, it's just frustrating. Well, they want me to plant barley. Holy Moses, $256,000 to cultivate 75. 218 acres. Damn. I mean, I have to. $256,000? Hell yes. How many tractors do I have to throw at this thing? Field 75. I think it's gonna be over here. There it is, right there. Oh, one of these must have caught. 16% damage. Plus, like, the front weight is... It's so stupid that the front weight gets damaged. It just tells me that the devs really... They kind of phone it in. The front weight should not get damaged. It's a giant weight. How do you damage a giant-ass weight? Why is this way up here? What, this doesn't do me any good. Whoever did the auto drive for this, the auto drive course for this map is just like, why did you put the fields in the center of the fields? That's the worst place to start a course play. You want to do it on the corners. These guys are all ready to plant whatever I'm going to put in there. I might even put imagine how many parsnips we would get out of this field. Wait, what? Okay. Alright, so we're going to enter. We're going to stop. Come on. I clicked it. Just didn't take. Jesus Christ. Really? Game? Okay. Okay. Withered. You didn't even harvest the effing potatoes on this field. They're withered. Why? If you don't fire a contract, why? I don't get it. I just don't get it. The viewing angle. Every time I get into a vehicle, the viewing angle is bad. Okay. Course. Detect. 3. 1. Center. Go. Come on. It's not that complicated of a field. There you go. Corner radius. Excellent, excellent. Center right. Copy. Burst. Ooh. That was a lag spike and a half. Just in time, sir. 33 minutes. Trying to get him so it's like we're not sitting here for 20 minutes waiting for something to finish, that like they're all going to get done at about the same time. So that's 19 minutes. 48 minutes. Wow, that's so... Oh, here it is again. Every time that song comes up, I just gotta enjoy it. I just gotta sit back and just like take a moment. See you later, Arm. Have a good one. Thanks for stopping by. I won't be going too much longer. I want to get these contracts finished. Get time progressed a little bit. 1 month, maybe 2. Once these contracts are done, I might be able to buy another piece of land. Probably not, though. Not without having a oh, Jesus. Here we go. Where are you headed, sir? Where were you going? We're going up here. I think. Why is this not reacting to this the way I think it is? No, what are you doing? Oh my God, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me right now? Why is this struggling to back up? The stupid thing in front of me. God damn it. What the hell is wrong with this thing? What are you guys doing? Why did you stop over here? There's no path that says stop right here. No, Jesus. I'm gonna go to the first waypoint. No. Once you click first waypoint and you start, it should automatically click to nearest waypoint. That's a quality of life thing. Once you started at the first waypoint, you should have to manually start at the first waypoint again. It should automatically bump to nearest waypoint because you don't want to be in the middle of the field and hit first waypoint again. That's first waypoint is when you start, and that's only when you start. Once it's started and it's going, it should be like, okay, nearest waypoint is... And last waypoint, why would you skip it to the last waypoint? It doesn't seem like it's whatever the last waypoint is. It seems like it goes to the last waypoint, which is like, why would you do that? So yeah, it's going to do a couple back and forth, like maybe one back, maybe a fourth over there, and then it's going to come over here. So I'm going to have to watch it closely here. Now I almost wish Now I hope Field 3 does not get a contract. It's too late in the day. I mean, it's what? Almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon. A field that size, even if I had all 5 combines on that, that's still going to be, 2 hours to finish that field. We've accomplished quite a lot this month. I mean, we're negative. We're negative a lot because that's because of new vehicles. What did I buy? many vehicles did I buy? About the 3 rollers. I can't even remember. What did I buy in October? $6 million. $6.7 million in equipment in October. What was that? I bought 3 combines, 3 more corn head, because this was the month I harvested all the corn in. So 3 combines, 3 corn headers. I bought another DB120 with another big tractor to pull it, which that was $1 million right there, easy. That was easy $1 million. $3 million in land that we've bought. By comparison, the 32,000 vehicle running cost is minuscule. Same with the production cost. Sold products. We've sold a bit of product. The treaded vehicle. Yeah. I mean, but like I'm looking at 6.7 million. Like that $50,000 truck did not move the needle on that. 6.7 million. That's a lot. So it was like the 3 combines, because I wanted to put five combines on the corn, and I had 2. So I needed 3 more combines plus 3 more corn headers. So that was a bite. Those combines are $500,000-$600,000 a piece. And the land purchase was, yeah, that's a. But look at the contract income. We're gonna be damn near $4 million in a single month in contracts. Which is crazy. Are these going to be finished? Yeah, these are going to be... Oh my god, okay. Let's enter this. This, by the way, down here, this is where your starting farm usually is. There's a bunch of waypoints in there, because when I started this map, I started from scratch. I started with nothing. I literally started with nothing. And I worked my way up to where we are right now. This is year 2. So contracts have been very, very good to me. Oh man, we pulled a lot of parsnips off this field. Holy shnikes. How many did they want to sell? 8.4 million. How much does this hold? 5 million. Okay, we gotta bump this up. We were not going to be able to hold all of what we needed. Alright, let's offload this guy, get him started back home. We are literally in the middle of the field, furthest away from anything that we can possibly get to. Oh, why is it always the furthest away place where this shit ends? And I know I could just trigger, like, go home anywhere and it would find its way, but it would take 10 times longer. Drive through 5 different fields. Just because of the way that these are done. Right? You have the outside of the field is run, while the place that they go onto the main road is, like, centralized. So it's like, it would literally go around somewhere else. So it's like, it's just faster to go this way. Really? Yeah, that would happen on a 30-ton piece of equipment. It would hit a pebble on the side of the road and it would just bounce across the road. You know, farmers have to deal with that stuff all the time. It just, you know, that's how physics works. Okay, you, sir, are done. This is a crazy amount of parsnips. I cannot imagine if we planted that one field of parsnips. When's the planting month for parsnips? How long am I gonna have to wait? There they are. April. We'll be able to plant them in April. Oh. That is going to be crazy amount of parsnips. Parsnips. Man, are we going to have enough space in this thing? Barely. We had barely enough space. Okay. Oh, Jesus. Where do these want to go? Where do you want your parsnips, sir? You want them at the pigeon? Okay, so I'm up here. Okay. He wants them sold down here. Oh my god. As far away as you can possibly get. He's like, yeah, by the way, you're going to cross the entire map to sell these things. I don't want to sell them automatically, so I'm just gonna drive there. I'm just gonna have him drive there because I want to control how he sells. Why are you going the wrong direction? A waste of fuel. Whoa, sir. Whoa, whoa. Are you drunk? Stop with the shenanigans. No more shenanigans.
Oh yeah.
All right, how's 209 doing? You're not all gummed up, are you? How many carrots do you guys have? So far, so good. You're only half full. Not very much of this field left.
Oh yeah.
Like with these headers, realistically, how do you see where you're going? you're actually driving one of these machines, because these do exist in real life, like, how do you do you just not use the header, right? Do you just not have the header on when you're traveling places? I would imagine, like, it would probably not be a good idea to try to drive on the highway like this. I think they do make header trailers for these, but that would be just annoying. Remember, we got a big carrot harvest. Big carrot harvest next month. Massive. That is going to be... Man, that's going to be 17, 18 million liters of carrots. Is that one field? Why are you so far back? Okay. And then what other contract do I have? Oh, let's go check. This guy's ready to go. Good job. Saved me some pain. Alright, let's get this contract. Dude. I did feel you, yeah. I did feel the lab goblin. Telling me she's on there. Way past tree time. Now, yeah, I could empty these faster, but I want to dial this in and save as many as possible so we can sell them. We can sell them at peak price. See how many we get. How many we get ourselves. Man, this was a lot of parsnips. Holy Moses. $1.5 million. Okay. And that ends that contract. Cultivating is almost done. Pretty much the headlands. Oh, it's starting to rain. Well, we harvested that just in time. Oh, what about our other harvest? Did these stop? Is this going to affect... Oh man, right at the end. Is it going to affect the yields? You want 7.5 million liters. We have to keep going. We cannot stop. I mean, we are... He wants 7.5. There's 3.1. 2.8. Or 5, 6... We finished those parsnips just in time, that's for sure. A thunderstorm in October, huh? We're really gonna do that? Anybody from Michigan out there? Do you get thunderstorms in October? I honestly don't know if we're gonna need to finish this, but we might. Getting a lot of wheel slippage now that it's raining. Yes, it does make a difference. Wow. Wow. What a difference that made. Look at my wheels, they're just like... I can't get a grip. Lap Goblin is back. He's back. Yeah. Lap Goblin is back. She wants her treats. Yeah. She wants her treat. Alright. This is most definitely going to be enough. Oh, lag. It had to update that whole field. That was a good payday right there. Man, we are going to barely squeak by. The problem with the rain, I mean, right now it is, what, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. There's no sunshine icon up there. So the rain could last hours and hours and hours and hours. And, like, we can't stop. We have to finish the harvest. Lap Goblin. Lap Goblin. God, wiggly little thing, isn't it? Where do these carrots want to go? Another pigeon. Okay. Alright, I can definitely skip that last pass. Shit. $6.4 million. And it wanted 7.5 million. So somebody tell me how we can deliver more carrots than I got off the field. It's completely harvested. How? How is it that off? I mean, it's not off a little. It's off 600,000 liters. How is it off 600,000 liters? The rain didn't cause that. There's no way the rain on that last little stub was 600,000 liters different. 7.5. Yeah, I have to. Oh my God. I don't know of any other thing to do. There's just I cannot deliver more. I can't deliver carrots that I don't have. And he wants to go to the pigeon again. Yep. Oh Jesus. Oh, we got a lot of vehicles over here. Come on. have a sneaking suspicion there's a catastrophic bug. I'm gonna dump all but like 5 million and a tiny little bit out of here. I'm gonna put a little bit, I want a little bit more than 5 million. Okay. Just a little bit more than 5 million. Whoa. Yeah, I don't know why the contract system gets fields wrong. It's like the area that crazily shaped field, right? The carrot field was just such a bizarre shape. Whatever the algorithm they use to solve like what the area is, to try to figure out like how big this field is, something about that was wrong, and so it was like, oh, there's, you know, X amount of millions of yield there, but it wasn't, because it was such a weirdly shaped field. There was a chunk of it that was it didn't account for missing a huge chunk of it. So one of the reasons why, you know, when I buy the fields, I start merging them and I make them a nice shape, because then it works. Alright, get this guy home. See if we have anybody else. Nobody's waiting there. Nobody's waiting there. This is why I wanted tractors that go more than 24 miles an hour. 24 miles an hour from going from here to up here would take like 10 minutes. Like, holy crap. Again, I value my time more than that. It may not be super valuable, but it's more valuable than that. And I like reject. I can't reject contracts. I wish I could like forcefully reject a contract and force the AI to like process it and finish it and put it on the back burner and not regenerate that same contract, but just like take that contract, reject it. The AI would then do it, and then that would open up maybe another field, some other opportunity. You could whittle it down and be like, all right, these are the contract fields. I know it's free. I know it's free. Who was the last one? I find 3 of them, and then 3 of them disappear within days. It's just like she just goes on a mousy rampage. Little mousy toys, and they just disappear. I don't know what she does. She must do something with them at night or something, because they just disappear. Why can't you stay on your path? Yeah, when I did the 160 field here, that was carrots, and I got almost exactly the amount of carrots that it said I was going to get out of that. So it was almost perfect. So I'll leave these carrots in here. One of these might have been carrots already. That one might have been carrots. Is this one carrots? Nope, red beets. Okay. Carrots I can put away. So the bug I'm testing is the expanded capacity mod. From what I've noticed, might have a catastrophic bug in it, whereby if you have this trailer, the when I bought it, the capacity for it was 5 million. Okay, that was the literally workshop when you purchased it here. I selected 5 million capacity because it's the Colossus Unreal version. I artificially increased it via this mod, okay? Expanded capacity mod that allows you to just set the capacity. I think the problem might be the game when it loads, it's loading the trailer at 5 million capacity, which this trailer has over 5 million in it. So what does the game do when it loads a trailer that initially sees it as 5 million, but it has more, right? That lizard, the reason why I'm thinking this is this thing. This has precisely 10 million in it, right? There's no way that I was able to load or unload this to precisely, exactly, to the letter, 10 million. There's no way I did that. So why does this have exactly 10 million in it? Right? Did it have 10 million when I bought it? And then I upped it from that? Right? Did I up it to what looks like 50 million? and then whatever was in it was lost over the 10 million. That's what I was gonna test, right? That was what I was gonna test. With that trailer that has just a sliver more than 5 million in it. Because when I save the game, which I should do now before I fast forward time. When I save the game, when I reload the game, I made a mental note to check that trailer. Because if that trailer has 5 million in it, that means the bug is indeed catastrophic. Because any amount you have loaded over that will be completely voided when you exit and reload. This is, by the way, the consequence of people AI generating code. Right? People who don't understand programming at all, who don't understand the game's API at all, who just go to an AI and just say, I want to do this. And the AI is just like, well, I have a limited amount of knowledge because the entire API for the game is not, the AI is not aware of that, right? So it's just like, we're going to YOLO this. We're going to do this random shit to solve this problem. What doesn't actually work because the game is fundamentally broken that way, right? So this is the problem. This is the distribution mod, the last stream that I did, where I found the bug with the distribution mod. Fundamentally, that mod had that bug in it because it was AI generated code, and the person who was doing it had a very limited understanding of how things worked, and they just trusted the code, right? Where the code was completely bypassing production point costs. It just completely ignored the production point cost in when it overrode the function. It just ignored it. And that nobody caught it. Right? Whereas if you sit down and you look at the function and you build your own functions and you know what the hell you're doing, right? You don't run into that problem because you know what's going on. You know what's in the code. This is why when people are losing their minds about AI generated code, it's like, yes, there are certain pockets that it's really good at. You know, you need a single function that, you know, does something, right? That transposes or does something to a block of data, right? AI is good at doing that small scale stuff, right? The functions, the individual functions and procedures. In order to do much larger projects, you need access to a very expensive version of AI that 99% of people do not have or pay for, right? The enterprise level, like I have a brother, my older brother works as an executive in a company, and they have extremely high level enterprise level access to Claude, and they can build entire API systems and backends with Claude, right? But it costs the company thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars, right? And so it's capable. They're like the really expensive stuff is capable of doing way more than people are jumping in and saying, I want a farming sim mod that does this. The AI is it's largely ineffectual. Like it does what it does. It tries to do what you wanted to do, but it is very, very bad at actually doing it right. To do it right requires a massive amount of knowledge and context, as well as access to the API and access to the actual code of the game and understanding of how it all works. And most people don't have access to that, right? And it's like, if you want to build something robust, it takes a huge amount of knowledge as well as programming prowess to figure out when shit breaks and to be able to fix it, right? And so the guy developing the distribution redo mod I know for a fact, after looking at the code, that a large chunk of that mod was done by AI. I just know it. I can just tell based on the code and how it's commented and what it like the wordage that's used, right? Because there are comments in it that would only be done by an AI, right? Kind of what would an AI put in there to remind itself what the hell this does, right? And that's what the comment looks like. None of the comments are like random, like a person who's coding might do a comment and be like, hey, this, this does this or whatever, and it's just like shorthand. AIs don't do shorthand. And so when you look at somebody's comments and it's very like professional, right? It's a mod for a game and the comments are like this super professional looking comments. It's like that's AI generated 100%. So it's just one of those, like, I just noticed that kind of stuff now that I'm looking at this. So everybody out there, the 3 people who are watching, you have to be really careful, really careful. Just like vibe coding some mod and just never testing it, never even looking at the code, just coding it and it blah, like just more than likely there's going to be bugs in it and some catastrophic. So I'm really anxious to see if that mod, right, the mod that does the production point or the capacity change, if that is indeed like massively bugged, because I have a suspicion that it is. But we're gonna zip through time here, get into November, let the map update. And then I'll, ooh, look at that, $381,000 production costs. Yeah, that's kind of expensive. Yeah, that would not be a full moon. Giants, I mean, these are really basic things. The sun is there, the moon is there, it would not be full. Oh yeah, this is gonna be wood. We're missing wood. Wood, and wood. Planks long. Amazingly. Okay, whatever. What's happening right now is the thing is updating. Did it update already? Nope, it's right there. 9, yeah, my frame rate is collapsing. You can see all the fields. The AI is just like spotting. Yep, it's deciding like what fields need to get processed, what fields don't, what contracts to spit out. So this is why I'm getting 2 FPS right now, 3 FPS. Right, you're gonna see a lot of these fields start blinking in and out. Oh, it's still going. Like or no, we haven't recovered yet. Doesn't do them all. Wow. Number 3 can still be harvested? That is kind of surprising. I thought for sure it would be withered. Alright, we're back up to 60 FPS. We must be done with the craziness here. Oh, no. Nope, there's some more. There we go. Oh, I clicked off the menu. Okay. So I'm glad I had some bank of money, because that would have been bad. To just wake up and have $0. That would have been very bad. But we should have generated quite a bit of fertilizer, which is going to help. Yeah, we have quite a bit of liquid fertilizer, and we have a very good amount of solid. I'm sure we have more than plenty here. We're still generating silage. How is this doing? Wow, this is almost out. Holy crap. I don't even know if this is worth it, to be honest. I don't even know why I own this. But yeah, we got 2 million liters of dry corn. It's good. And any March. I thought there was some in here with November, but Let's look at prices. We have barley, not quite yet there. Carrots, not quite yet there. Oats, onions, parsnips, peas. Close. I could probably get the peas out of the way. Just it's not going to be a whole lot. Sorghum I kind of want to keep for now. If I get some chickens, that'll be good for those. Soybeans is way off. Straw we're not worried about. TMR. I really highly doubt this is going to jump up to there, but we can see. If it does, I'll sell some. Okay, so yeah, we don't really have anything there. This really doesn't matter. It doesn't really make a difference, but I mean, we can actually sell it for quite a bit. Okay, well, now that that's updated, we have quite a bit to do. I need to harvest these. Let's go up and see what this is going to give us. Roughly 9 million. 8928. Make sure this is the same. No. Is this calculating not based on like a detected, like how much is detected? Right, so you have, why am I running 600 miles an hour? So we have 89 49 48 97. Okay. 48. Needs lime. Okay. So it's like. So the big question then is, right, is that yield for the whole field and it's just based on percent? Or is it literally this section is going to give me 8.5 million and this section is going to give me 8.5 million? Like I'm going to be curious. I'm going to be very curious what that does. But that will have to wait because I'm going to save it. Just for funsies. takes so long to save. There we go. All right. Well, I thank everybody for coming by today. Let me just stop the music. Hope y'all had some fun just relaxing and chilling with me. Yeah, I do enjoy the game. I am shocked that we didn't crash. I am absolutely shocked. So yeah, it's one of those, like, I don't know. I rebooted before I started streaming, so that could have probably contributed to the stability. I don't know. But anyway, it's bizarre. I can't even believe we didn't. I thought we were going to be crashing right, left, and center today. So yeah. Anyway, hope to see everybody back here on Wednesday, where we are going to hopefully get some vintage engineering bugs fixed, as well as get the storage, or the vintage drawers mod, finalized and polished and ready for release. So look forward to that. Anyway, have a great rest of the weekend. Stay cool, and hope to see everybody back here on Wednesday.